The Wilmot Township Council meeting on Monday, December the 11th at 5 p.m. I will now read the recommendation that the regular council meeting held on December 11th, 2023 be called to order at 5 p.m. May I have a mover? Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Cressman is seconder. I will now read the recommendation about the... Oh, we have to vote first. Sorry, I'm just speeding ahead. Do I have all those in favor? Carried. So I will now read the recommendation about the closed session. The recommendation is that a closed meeting of council be held on December 11th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in accordance with sections 239, 2B, D, F, H, and I to consider the following: number 1, ministerial orders, section 239, 2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Number 2, confidential information supplied in confidence from the Province of Ontario, section 239, 2H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or a Crown agency of any item, and section 239-2I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Number 3, 2024 Wilmot Canada Day Event Task Force Applications, Section 239-2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And number 4, salary negotiations, Section 239-2D, labor relations or employee negotiations. And since I've been studying French, I wish all of this would be in French. May I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Dunstall has moved it, who can speak French. Councillor Cressman has seconded it. We will now move into, we need to vote on that. All those in favor? Moved and carried. We will now move into closed session.
Okay, good. Thank you. Now that we have tech up and running as well. Thank you very much for joining us. It's great to see a full gallery this evening. And we're going to jump right into reconvening into open session. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman, noting that it's 7:05 that we're reconvening. And may I have all those in favor, please? And that carries unanimously. I did want to take a moment to reflect on the holiday season. Many groups have special celebrations in December. Hanukkah continues its 8 days of light into this week. Kwanzaa begins at the end of December, and Christmas, of course, is celebrated in 2 weeks from today. Festivities can bring us joy in uncertain times, connecting us with family and friends and traditions. During this time of celebration, we can all make a positive difference by showing compassion and kindness to one another. Whatever you are celebrating, I wish everyone a wonderful holiday season and a happy 2024. And I will turn it over to Councillor Wilkinson for our territorial acknowledgement.
Thank you. We've gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral and Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you very much. We have a few additions to the agenda, which fall under item number 10, which is our delegations for this evening, listed on the updated agenda, as well as item 11.4, which is a correspondence, and 1113.5, which is the interim financial update. We will get to those items later this evening. So the adoption of the agenda as presented with the additions for December 11th. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Does anybody have a disclosure of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none. The minutes of the previous meeting as presented for November 27th, 2023. May I please have a mover to get that on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. Did anybody have questions or comments or concerns? Seeing none. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. And presentations, we do have one presentation this evening who will be speaking on the matter listed as item 13.2. I am actually going to bump them up in order just because I know that they're waiting and should be a lot quicker than some of our other items this evening. So the tree canopy, we will actually jump to, can we do it now? Is that sufficient?
Once we get through correspondence.
Okay, once we get past correspondence, we will call up that presentation. And then delegates, similarly, we have 5 registered delegations this evening. And once we get to those items on the agenda as listed, I will call upon those delegates to speak. In terms of correspondence, they are attached to the agenda, items 11.1 through to 11.4. And consent agenda items, we have items 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3. Does anybody have any questions that they want to pull any of these items before voting? Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes, through the chair, would like to pull consent agenda item 12.2 for the Wilmot Electronic Waste and Recycling, just to make a brief comment and ask a question of Director Catania.
Very well. You can pull that item now. We will deal with that first, and then we will do the
Perfect.
consent agenda.
So through the chair, Director, thank you for putting together this report. I know it means a lot to the students that took their time to come out here and speak to us. So I had a couple questions regarding your interaction with the region, and would they be open to potentially looking at more cans or receptacles, more benches as well along additional main roads? And can you provide some additional details on the waste collection and who's taking care of that? How's it going to take place?
Through you, Mayor Solomon, to Councillor Wilkinson, yes, just briefly speaking with the region, we were looking at doing a pilot just along Snyder's Road between Waterloo Oxford Secondary School and the castle here, just for the students that are navigating down Snyder's Road along that sidewalk, just a receptacle that we could have for our own parks team that can dispose of. It's just, we don't want to overcommit to something that's not really in our service delivery model, but something that's easily attainable with our team when it comes to any of the collection that they do at Castle Kilbride, so we can help at least keep some of the litter off the off of that Snyder Thruway between the school and Castle.
Very good. Any other questions, Councillor Cressman?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Just one more comment. I think in terms of electronic waste, I don't know if you can identify private facilities that pay for electronic waste, but there is one in my ward, and I know my wife thought she was going to take an old printer to the Waterloo region, and she'd have to pay to dispose of it there, and she in fact went and got a few dollars at Dundee Recycling for electronic waste. So I'm just, I think that's something that you get on, be aware of our residents that there is facilities to do that.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, just through the chair. Curious, is there any program right now through Waterloo Region at their waste facility that exists?
Through you, Mayor Solomon, to Councillor Wilkinson, just actually after the agenda was published, the regional Waterloo at their transfer station in Waterloo themselves are taking some electronic waste, so we're going to, as a township, look at some of the services or what they can take and be able to promote that to our residents as well.
Very good. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will then vote on item 12.2 as that was pulled out. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Back to the consent agenda, so that will now be items 12.1 and 12.3. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So on to reports. Like I said, we will jump to report 13.2 first, which is the tree canopy study. And to get it on the floor, the recommendation is that report OS 2023-22 regarding the tree canopy policy framework prepared by Abode and Associates Inc. be received for information purposes. May I please have a mover? Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. And I will now invite our planner, Cameron Miller, to introduce the report and presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Salomon. So this report serves as an introduction to the presentation tonight being provided by Abode and Associates, Inc. on the completion of the tree canopy policy framework, which commenced in January of 2023 and wrapped up at the end of this year. So really the purpose of this study was to establish goals for protecting, increasing, and enhancing the existing tree canopy and to examine potential changes to the existing policies and practices related to publicly owned trees in the Township of Wilmot. Development Services staff put out a request for proposals in September of 2022 for consulting services for a tree canopy study, which was funded in part by the Region of Waterloo's Community Environmental Fund. And Abode and Associates was ultimately selected as the preferred consultant to prepare a tree canopy study for the township. So prior to launching the project, we established a working group which included members of various departments who oversee trees, such as community services, infrastructure services, and development services. And also we reached out to local community groups such as Let's Tree Wilmot and Nith Valley Eco Boosters, groups that have been instrumental in enhancing the township's tree canopy within Wilmot to date. So through the project, Abode and Associates were able to determine the township's existing tree canopy and percentage, and that served as a basis for setting an attainable target to what the township can work towards, but also to set some long and short-term recommendations while also providing several supporting documents that will assist the township in refining policies surrounding trees on public lands within the township. So as I mentioned, this project focused on township trees. So really the consideration of further regulating trees on private property was not part of the scope of this study, but a framework for potentially regulating trees on private property would come through additional consideration and consultation with the public. And as I mentioned, we have staff here from Abuda and Associates to provide a little bit more detailed overview of the project and a little bit of a presentation.
Thank you very much. So yes, if you'd like to come up, you will have 10 minutes for your presentation, and we appreciate you both for joining us this evening.
Thank you. So I'm Mark Garon Nielsen, a partner and landscape architect at Abuda & Associates. With me is Shannon Davison, ecologist from Abuda & Associates. I'd first like to say thank you very much for everyone that we've been able to work with. It's been fantastic to put together something to help the community to be sustainable well into the future. So in the next 9 minutes, I hope, we'll provide a concise overview of the technical... Almost up.
I locked it instead of making it full screen.
We'll go up really quickly. Anyway, we'll be concise. So we'll go 2 slides ahead if we can. Okay, next. Thank you. So Cameron, thank you very much. The existing tree canopy cover in the township is currently at 22.14%, and most of this is actually on private land. Our team used a method known as object-based image analysis to determine the canopy cover. This method processes satellite imagery into different groups based on how bands of light bounce off of objects from space. In this case, defining vegetation and non-vegetation areas, we're able to also further classify objects like water, roads, buildings, and even the difference between trees and grass. Next slide. So from that point, we are also able to determine grassed and open space lands located on public lands where we could actually determine potential planting areas, and we map those as well. These areas were further refined by removing facilities such as sports fields, which we knew you can't plant trees on, to determine a more accurate potential planting area. Next slide. We then collaborated with the working group that Cameron's described to determine a practical and achievable canopy cover target for the next 25 years. The framework provides sub-goals for urban, rural, settlement, and countryside areas, and based on the potential planting areas on township lands. So adding up all of these sub-goals within the report, the overall tree canopy target we came to was 22.6%, or increasing by about 122 hectares. And while that may not seem like a lot where some municipalities want to double their tree canopy, this, in real terms, is the same size as New Dundee. Next slide. After determining that, we took a look at existing legislation, programs, policies, both federal, provincial, region, and local municipalities. And the frameworks explore each of these documents in details, but I think the important thing to look at here is the region of Waterloo has a woodlands tree bylaw that regulates trees in tree groupings that are over 1 hectare, and the township does not have a bylaw that speaks specifically to trees. Next slide, please. In addition to the background review, we also did quite a bit of engagement. So to better understand how the township, how all of the trees in the township are currently managed, and that's by whether it's the township, it's the Conservation Authority, the region, and even ANOVA, we did individual interviews. And a lot of the key themes that came through, they're described in more detail in the report, but on this slide right here, I think the main one is that the management of trees is generally reactive versus proactive. Next slide, please. Oops. We also reached out to the broader community through an online survey hosted on the township's website. Survey participants were afforded the opportunity to choose from predefined multiple choice responses, but after that, they were able to type into a text box to describe exactly what they meant by some of those responses. And the questions generally explored attitudes related to tree management, as well as very specific questions pointed to the short and long-term recommendations that we were preparing. Next, please. So in this slide here, we're just showing that when asked, participants were generally positive if managing trees was important. I think the more important thing in this slide is that There were options where the response could have been not very important at all or not very important, and none of those were selected. Next slide, please. After getting the tree canopy cover in hand, the potential planting areas mapped, we put together a target. We had an understanding of the relevant legislation and policies. We engaged folks to understand what their attitudes were. We came up with some guiding principles for the recommendations. And each of these guiding principles are described in detail in the report, but they guide each of the recommendations that we have. And the key is that there's a desire both from township staff and from the survey as well to manage trees in a more proactive way rather than a reactive way that's currently being done. Obviously, maximize the use of limited resources, and also, if we're going to do this, we should do it right. Plant the right tree in the right place, but more importantly, with the right care to sustain trees in the long term. Next slide, please. Yeah, the first of the recommendations is to establish a senior urban forester position. This role is crucial in protecting public safety, managing the township's risk and liability, and spearheading the development and administration of the policies and programs to achieve that tree canopy target. Additionally, this person would serve as a go-to resource for knowledge of all things tree-related in the township. Right now, the responsibility of trees is spread across several different individuals in several different departments, so having one knowledge base is important. And establishing the senior urban forester is sort of the cornerstone of our recommendations. Can you go one slide forward? Perfect, thank you. And when we asked the question in the survey, there was a generally positive response to having a staff position solely looking after trees. Can you go backwards? Thank you, yeah. We're going to hang out here for a while. So with the senior forester on board, the next order of business is to get a framework for establishing the service level policy. And really this is identifying the authorities and the responsibilities, budgets, resource allocations, operating procedures, and protocol. The intent really here is to formalize the existing organizational knowledge, of which there is a lot, speaking to everyone. And the idea is to take this and blend it with the senior urban forester's expertise as well as best management practices. The next recommendation is to establish protocols and actually start performing routine tree maintenance. So the maintenance is really divided into two categories. The first category is tree establishment maintenance, and that's really the first 3 to 5 years following the tree being planted. And this covers crucial things like watering and early pruning and things like that. The second is mature tree maintenance, and really that's a 10 to 5 year grid or block program that requires trees to be pruned and inspected on that sort of time frame for the remainder of the tree's life. The fourth recommendation is to revise the tree-related sections of the existing Township Infrastructure and Standards Specifications Manual. As luck would have it, we already did that as part of the trees, as part of the framework report. It's sitting in an appendix in the back. The intent there is to take those recommendations and use those in the next update of this manual. The fifth recommendation is to create a detailed tree inventory. So in order to manage what you have, you need to know what you have. This is different from the study that was done as part of the tree canopy study. So the tree canopy assessment, a sort of a macro view literally from space. The idea of a detailed tree inventory is taking a micro view, and the idea here is that each individual tree on township lands is inventoried. And this is used to inform day-to-day decisions for pruning and other maintenance type recommendations. The framework report describes the potential different data methods and ways that can be done. There are quite a few that have been implemented in Southern Ontario, and it also recommends priority data areas to be collected to start with. Can you go 2 slides ahead, please? All right. Again, when asked, is it a good idea to create a tree inventory? The response was generally positive as well. One forward. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one more short-term recommendation. And the most important. I will say that Let's Tree Wilmot has played an invaluable role in kickstarting the capacity for tree canopy enhancement and stewardship in the township in the past 3 years. And I think the report thinks, I think too, that the township should continue to support localized organizations such as this. There should also be a little bit more attention paid to federal, provincial, regional, and conservation authority planting and stewardship initiatives. So supporting these programs enables the transfer of detailed information from community knowledge holders to township staff to even better understand community needs. Now, we'll go forward. One more. Thank you. So the majority of the short-term recommendations in the policy framework are based on establishing a baseline. And after applying these measures for about 10 years, we recommend to reassess the tree canopy cover. And really what we're doing here is recommending to assess how these baseline changes how they've impacted the canopy. And the idea here is to provide a tangible foundation for guiding future actions. So three possible outcomes happen here. So one, the tree canopy has actually grown, and that's great, and there could be a new goal that could be set. The other is the tree canopy stays the same, or the tree canopy actually decreases. So that's when we recommend evaluating different procedures. No. That's when we recommend evaluating different measures that could be taken. So for example, it really depends on where the tree canopy losses or increases have taken place. If we find that the tree canopy losses are located mainly in agricultural areas, there could be a program that could be education or incentive-based to focus on these lands. The tree canopy losses are largely in existing urban and settlement areas where individual trees are being removed. Then maybe that's a reason to take a look at a bylaw regulating trees on private land. So we'll skip to the next. And the reason I say further explore is that when we ask the question, do you think it's a good idea to regulate trees on private land? It wasn't quite as positive as the other recommendation, or as the other questions and responses. Next slide, please. I think we've said a lot, but why is this important? We all know that trees have very important economic, environmental, and social benefits. The township's official plan and strategic plan acknowledge these benefits. However, trees in the township are facing increased pressures. So we have environmental stresses from climate change. There are changes in precipitation patterns and temperature extremes, and weather events. So everybody remembers the ice storms that have come through. New introduced pests come through. We all know what has happened with emerald ash borer. Unfortunately, there's a new pest that's found its way across the border into Niagara Falls this summer called oak wilt. And although it doesn't spread quite as fast as emerald ash borer, red oak trees can die in as quickly as one season. So the other thing too is that the community is growing. And as the community grows, there's increased pressures on the available above ground and below ground space for trees. Next slide, please. And unlike traditional assets such as roads and bridges, trees, they get better.
If we could just, you are approaching the 10 minutes. Sure. Just want to let you know.
Not 9 minutes, okay. Trees get better with age. And it can take 40 years for a newly planted tree to give us the benefits that we sort of prefer to have, that we'd like. And it's found that the greatest contributor to tree survival is the adequate maintenance in the first 5 years. So we need to take care of the trees that we have. We need to take care of the trees that we plant. And this framework policy helps with that. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you for the wonderful report. I know I liked the highlight on the Let's Tree Wilmot. They're doing great work, and really look forward to expanding their tree canopy. Council, does anybody have any questions? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I guess as a landowner who has 50 acres of woodlot, 20 of which I think the city of Kitchener took care of or the region of Waterloo by draining the water at Mannheim and seeing my shallow-rooted cedar tossed hither and yon because of lack of water. I guess the question is periodic harvest impacts tree density. Do you take that into account at all? Because if you harvest trees, the tops expand and fill the void, and you get more vigorous trees. And can you somehow ascertain the vitality of a woodlot based on satellite imagery or whatever? In this canopy, as you assess the canopy in the township.
Thank you, Mayor Salen, and to the councillor. The short answer is no. The satellite imagery only looks at a snapshot in time when that image was taken from the satellite. So most of the satellite imagery in this study was determined or was taken in 2022, in the middle of the summer. If you were to, I guess another step could be, that's actually a completely different study. That requires both the satellite imagery and actually going out and doing on-the-ground inventories as well. So that study doesn't look at that, no.
Okay. And Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, through the chair. You've mentioned hiring or prioritizing an urban forester. Have you seen any different applications in, say, other municipalities where potentially they look at giving this work to already existing employees, or potentially expanding the scope of, say, other roles within the township as it is?
To you, Mayor. So in interviewing everyone that we did in many different departments, they all described a need or a desire to manage the trees more proactively in the way that we've described in this report. What they found is that there are many times where maintenance was planned. However, people are sort of brought away to deal with emergency issues and that are more pressing than, planning for the future. If a tree's fallen down the road, that needs to be taken care of now. There are other municipal. So in creating the description of this urban forester, we looked at the city of Cambridge and also the city of Kitchener. Actually, they had posted jobs this summer for the exact same position. And the reason that we recommend it's one single person is that the one person can more effectively manage across all departments as well. When I say manage, I mean the trees, the context, not the departments themselves.
Thank you. Any other questions or Councillor Wilkinson for a follow-up?
Thank you, through the chair. So just, I'm not sure who put the estimated cost in the report, if that was staff or yourself, but so on average, you're seeing this cost about roughly $100,000 on an annual basis. And just playing devil's advocate here, if we don't have enough staff to address the issue as it is as a whole, is one person going to be able to handle this workload, or is it realistic that you likely need more than one in order to maintain the pruning and the maintenance and everything else associated with it?
Sure, through you, Mayor. I can clarify that. So this person is more of a management type person. They don't physically go out and prune anything or water anything. They can, but this is more managing a crew of people to do these things. So the recommendations also break down maintenance as well, and the first step is getting sort of the house in order when it comes to that. So this one person, by the end of implementing all the recommendations, that is very much a full-time position, based on other municipalities as well. So looking at Guelph, Kitchener, Cambridge, as well as Centre Wellington as well.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, thank you. I guess the question is then, what is the expanded overall cost we would expect associated with a program like this? Do you have any examples potentially of smaller municipalities similar in size to us that have implemented this, and what their approximate cost would be?
I think that the best, sorry, excuse me. I think the best example is Centre Wellington. They did have an urban forester position, and when it comes to the eventual cost of everything, it's my understanding that that each individual recommendation is going to come before in budget discussions, right? So I don't think this report is asking for all the money up front. It's providing a framework for these things.
Very good. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I just wanted to thank you for coming out and appreciate your report and making the connection with Let's Tree Wilmot as well. I think it's very important what's being happened. I think it's important what is happening here. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more, Councillor Wilkinson, yes.
My apologies, through the chair. I did have an additional question. There was talk about private property. And I think, reading through the report, and again, great report, don't get me wrong, lengthy, probably very in-depth for an important subject, but when we get to some of the topics here as it pertains to private property, I certainly feel that there was a lot of pushback against that, and personally, I would feel that I would want to be able to manage my own trees. But the question is, do you see that a lot of municipalities will adopt a policy addressing trees on private property? Is that a common practice?
Yep. You, Mayor. Yes. So many municipalities are pushing. So in other projects that we've worked on, we actually look specifically at private tree bylaws for another municipality in Southern Ontario. And there definitely was a push. And off the top of my head, the number is there's about 60 municipalities in Ontario that have a private tree bylaw of some sort. A lot of them cover just woodlots, but some cover individual trees as well. I wouldn't say there was pushback from anyone that we spoke to, aside from the overall results of the engagement. Managing trees through regulation can be quite costly, and costly to the point where there would actually probably need to be another full-time staff member. And this is not in the report because we didn't go down this road, just providing some for information. There is a need for another full-time staff member. There's a need to train provincial bylaw officers, provincial offenses officers, and there's the administration of the actual process that's selected to implement the bylaw. So the City of Burlington has done quite a bit of work in the past couple of years since they've implemented their private tree bylaw, and the costs are significantly more than $100,000 that we've recommended for the senior urban forester.
Seems that's brought along more questions for you there, Mark. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the very detailed report. It's appreciated. My question to you is, are you aware of any provincial or federal funding that may offset some of these costs?
You, Mayor? No, I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you.
And Councillor Cressman.
Just through you, Mayor, to Councillor Wilkinson, prior to harvest of my woodlot, I have a registered forester that marks my trees for harvest. I get bids on my woodlot trees to be removed, but there has to be a license to cut from the region prior to going. So there is a legislation or a regulation there in place to ensure that it's done properly and you're not clear cutting. And so I just wanted to inform Councillor Wilkinson.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to Councillor Cressman, I appreciate that, and I think that was alluded to as well through the regional program governing anything over 1 hectare, if I'm correct. I think more so the question surrounding the private property and where I'm thinking is that there's a lot of folks that have trees or mature trees on their single-family homes or their lots where they may want to make adjustments. So I'm just curious, but I think we're in a unique situation where obviously we have two tiers and one that has taken it upon themselves to already govern the larger woodlots, but appreciate the conversation.
Thank you very much. Any other final questions or comments, councillors? Seeing none, thank you very much, both Mark and Shannon, for joining us and presenting your report. And thank you very much as well, Cameron Miller, for being non-standby, although I think Mark got to field all those questions. Seeing that we have no more questions or comments, we will now call the vote. Just a reminder, this is to be received for information at this time. So we already have a mover and seconder, so all those in favor. And that carries unanimously. And now we will go back to the item that I believe the vast majority of you are here for, which is 13.1. And it is the Oxford Road 5 Punky Doodle Calmer intersection control feasibility study and Oxford Road 5 rationalization. The recommendation, if you all bear with me, I will read for you, is that the Township Council endorse the recommended intersection improvements at Punky Doodle Corners for implementation in 2024 as detailed in report number IS 2023-23, and further, that Township Council endorse the recommendation to amend the through highway designation and permanently close Huron Road from Punky Doodles Avenue to Perth Road 101 as a result of the proposed intersection closure at Perth Road 101 and Huron Road as outlined in report number IS 2023-23, and further, that Township Council formally request that the Region of Waterloo assume Wilmot's portion of Oxford Road 5 boundary obligation, including the financial obligations to repair the intersection of Perth Road 101 and Oxford Road 5 to address the interregional traffic issues as well as future capital and operating costs for Oxford Road 5, as the road satisfies the region's criteria for transfer due to its volume, traffic type, and primary use for interregional purposes. So just to get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. I will now invite our Director of Infrastructure Services, Jeff Mollenhuis, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. This report summarizes the study completed for Oxford Road 5 intersection with Oxford 24, Perth 101, and Region Road 1, also known as Punky Doodles Corners. The study was led by Oxford County as the operating authority in this confluence of 3 upper tiers and 3 lower tier jurisdictions. The recommendation of the study is to realign Oxford 5 as it intersects with Perth 101, to add turning lanes on Perth 101, and to close some of the adjoining connections at Huron Road and Perth Oxford Road. This will improve sight lines and movements at the intersection location and can be implemented in 2024 subject to funding. The consultant looked at warrants for traffic signals and roundabouts. However, these are not warranted based on the current or future growth projections as outlined in the report. Staff are in support of the recommendations as presented, as it will improve intersection function and safety in the short term. I will note that Oxford Council has supported the recommendation. The Township staff report speaks to a Perth Council support as well. However, my understanding is that was deferred late last week with follow-up required based on a technical nature. The report also outlines the long-standing staff request of the Township to upload Oxford Road 5 to the Region of Waterloo. As it operates today and has for the past number of years, this road serves an interregional purpose based on the volumes, traffic types, and it connects interregional travel from Perth, Oxford, and the Region of Waterloo south towards the 401 and 403 corridors. Staff are recommending that the formal process of upload be considered through Regional Council, which is the third part of the recommendation as outlined in the report. This recommendation includes the financial components associated with the intersection improvements, as this has been the long-standing item that the Township staff have been looking to address with the region, and particularly with the extension of Oxford 5 as well, with upgrades that were considered there. And rightfully, this should be reviewed by the Region of Waterloo as it relates to conformity with their road network, particularly with the regional network needs in the southwest quadrant of the Township. The consultant from RC Spencer is here to answer any questions of a technical nature of the report, and I'd also be happy to answer any other questions. I understand there's a number of delegations as well, so I'm sure there's a bit of time yet before either one of those needs from a staff perspective or a consultant perspective is needed, but we're certainly here to answer both. Both of us are here to answer questions as needed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Before we jump into the delegations, are there any questions on the report Yes, Councillor Cressman.
Yes, Director Molyneux, could you just repeat what you said about deferral? I missed that, or maybe my John Deere tractor over the years has been damaged to my hearing.
Through you, Mayor, the deferral was in relation to Perth County Council. So Oxford Council has endorsed, Perth Council was presented the report, I believe, late last week, and they deferred the report to a later date.
Any other questions at this time before delegates? Okay, seeing none, I did also just want to add additional criteria. I do know you had spoken to the third part of the motion that the region assume this road, and just for a heads up, there is a motion going forward to final budget day at the region on Wednesday that is asking for this road to be uploaded. So this, should it pass or that component pass, will be added into when I address regional council about that. But that's far down the road. As I previously mentioned, we do have registered delegations this evening on this item. We have 5 delegates, I believe. Each delegation will be given 7 minutes to speak. Just a general reminder, if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate muting and removal from the meeting. That includes interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegates, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, hate speech, or defamatory comments. Now, with that aside, I will call on our first delegation, and that is Peter Ottenreed. Peter, you will have 7 minutes to speak. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me here. I am residents. I just live south of Ponkedoodle Corner. I'm a retired veterinarian, but I do have to give you the advice to not approve the R.C. Spencer recommendation, and to make that decision, if you knew ahead of time by how much more safety you would gain from doing nothing. If you look at the R.C. Spencer solution, you would actually gain, you would reduce the risk by 36%. You would still have, an improvement, but if you look at it, and if you put on the first slide there, if you look at the modification that I analyzed with the same risk analysis, would actually reduce the risk from doing nothing by 77%. So I can empathize that maybe the roundabout is not warranted, because if you would make the roundabout in that very area of intersection 1, then that would reduce the risk by 80% instead of only 77%, with the version that the intersection control would be through road north-south and two-stop intersection east-west. Now, you may wonder, why is the difference to the Spencer solution is actually is not that big. What they do is, and I have to step back a little bit, in the Ponkedoodle Corner is very unique in a sense that you have a maze of 6 intersections to redirect, to redistribute into 4 directions: north, south, west, and east. So if you look at my drawing, the main axis is actually intersection 3, intersection 2, intersection 4, intersection 6. So the main intersection, you have to go through 4 sequences as a vehicle, you have to pass through 4 intersections to get to Tavistock. That is about 54% of the traffic that goes through there. 36% of the traffic is north-south. So in order to get from, you get through intersection 1, and then you go to 4 and 6. So you go currently through 3 intersections to get to New Haven. What the 4-way intersection, the advantage that we have is that the east-west axis is actually has the least traffic. It has only 54 or 10% is actually local traffic. Now, back to the, I did distribute my risk analysis, and if you look there, the difference between this solution and the Spencer solution is, in order to get all cars into one intersection, they actually convert the 4-way intersection in intersection 1 into a 3-way T intersection. So you have the most traffic. Essentially, you have you have essentially from this intersection 2, you have over 1,000 vehicles per hour that go through that intersection. And it's a dangerous one. Like the Spencer Associates were able to increase by a few meters the line of sight for the stop sign uphill to merge, like for 200 cars to merge uphill with 300 vehicles coming from Tavistock at a speed difference of up to 100 kilometers, essentially. You have to merge from stop without the merging lane into that heavy leg there, which, in my opinion, is to put, and then the conclusion that Spencer Associates came up with and saying, oh, well, we will, if there are more accidents, we will put a roundabout in intersection 2 as a 3-ramp accident. It makes absolutely no sense because, like, do you think it's best practice to have a sequence of 2 intersections, a roundabout with an intersection that are closer together than a transport trailer, and think it's going to be safer? If you look at the accident records, it is intersection 1 and 2 that tallied up like for 23% of the accidents. And even an intersection like number 6 had 4 accidents in the reporting period. Intersection 6 has essentially 1,000 cars going by there, 500 up and 500 down. And there are like 4 cars that tee in there, and they generate 4 accidents in 5 years. In my opinion, it is really malpractice in traffic planning to make to replace a 4-way intersection with 2 3-way intersections. Now, if money is the subject, in order to, it costs $1 million to do that realignment. You can essentially, for $1 million, make a much better 4-way intersection in intersection 1. number one. And number two, typically four-way intersections are replaced by roundabouts because they are more efficient, they are more environmentally friendly, they are more, they are safer. And if you did not renovate that intersection for a four-way, but build straight away a roundabout, then it would be comparable conversions four-way into roundabouts go for $2 million. So
Peter, I'm sorry,
it does not
we
make
have
sense.
reached your 7 minutes.
Okay.
So thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions of Peter at this time? Okay. Oh, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, Peter, I'm curious on your slide here, is the optimal solution, in your opinion, still a roundabout at the end of the day?
I think the roundabout is the optimal solution for sure, but not in intersection 2, but in intersection 1. Make it a 4-ramp roundabout and not a 3-ramp roundabout. The 3-roundabout in sequence with a T intersection is absurd.
Through the chair, do you have technical data that you've potentially shared with Spencer and Associates? And
I tried to. They did not respond. They did not. I did try with Speak Up Oxford Council, and I wish I would have made the risk analysis earlier because it's an objective metrics to evaluate the impact of even a single interchange control change will reflect in that risk analysis whether it's an improvement or a deterioration.
Councillor Cressman?
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor. My initial question was similar to Councillor Wilkinson, whether number one was a roundabout. Is it of the sufficient size to accommodate the amount of traffic that's coming through there between 7 and 8 in Tavistock? You said 500 cars or 500 vehicles in each direction per hour. That will have to be a fairly significantly sized roundabout with 2 houses in close proximity. So
I hear your concern. I tell you, a single lane roundabout has a maximum capacity of 1,800 vehicles. We are dealing here with 1,108 vehicles. We are way below a maximum capacity of an urban single lane roundabout. The limitation is you don't need a 2-lane roundabout of huge dimensions. If you have less than 1,200 vehicles going off-ramp on any given off-ramp. So a single lane, urban, a compact roundabout, safe for like a trailer with a tractor trailer with 2 trailers on it would fit in there between where I have the angle signage. Like if you put it a little bit west of the actual number 1 intersection, you could even clear the on-ramp from Ponkidourzels Avenue, the driveway from the first house there in the corner. Yes.
Councillor Cressman again.
yes, a follow-up. How was your suggestion received at Perth East, or is it Perth County?
Oh, they were absolutely convinced that this proposal is mediocre, what the Spencer Associates came up with. Absolutely convinced. And to be honest, I am getting better at these presentations, but all my colleagues, which I don't even know personally, they share, they support every word that I say here. And not only that, I was at the public hearing, and there was not one person that spoke up there who was in favor of the recommendations. Not one.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes, through you, Mayor, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Director Mullenhouse. I'm going to, but I really don't want to. This is a temporary solution, and I understand what you're saying, Peter, and I know that there's been talk about the roundabout. What would be the holdup? Do you know why this route, or is that outside your purview?
Through you, Mayor, I wouldn't classify this as a temporary solution. I think what's being proposed is a solution that would address the issues that were studied. I believe when you look at the other council presentations, and specifically Oxford, there was a specific motion about monitoring or further follow-up and an investigation, I guess we'll say. I'm not sure the exact wording in the motion. I did want to mention, though, that the consultant is here, obviously, through a Zoom link, and I'm wondering if maybe just on a technical basis, if there are questions, it may be appropriate to promote him into the meeting so that he can address some of the questions if there are some of a technical nature. And I did want to note that there certainly is a number of correspondence for this project, but my understanding is there has been good dialogue with those that have been brought forward, and specifically through Speak Up Oxford. I understand there has been some dialogue back and forth with the delegation on this particular issue, and I think it'd be appropriate for the consultant to speak to it. As noted, though, I think it was Oxford County that did respond to the delegation. However, it was with information from the consultant, so maybe defer to him for a technical response.
I think we're just waiting one moment for him to be able to join.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So if you don't mind, I'd like to share my screen and just discuss high level, I guess, my response to Dr. Ottenreid's comments, I guess you could say, from the grand scheme of things. Let me just share this here. I would say, first and foremost, one of the most glaring issues in my respect regarding the proposed solution is that he's simply suggesting that we bring all the traffic into the intersection that exhibited the most collisions. I would say that's my first issue that was addressed within the context of my response to Oxford County, who then responded to Dr. Ottenreid. One of the other elements that I do want to bring up, and I want to bring this up intentionally because I think a lot of times the public can miss a lot of the technical merit of what's evaluated within the context of safety. And so when we're comparing a four-legged intersection to a three-legged intersection, I like to show this graphic here. So when you look at a conventional four-legged intersection, you actually have 32 points of potential collision. And so what you see here up at the top shows diverging, merging, and crossing conflict points. In a three-legged intersection, you actually only have 9. And so from a safety perspective, the fewer the number of collisions, the fewer the number of conflict points, statistically, the fewer the number of collisions. And it's for that reason you see right in, right out controls. It's for that reason you actually want to try to put in T intersections if it's not about operations. But in the grand scheme of things, it is important to keep this in mind. Furthermore, with respect to the actual configuration, setting utility relocation aside, which again, I could show that there are some significant utility relocations required to accommodate Dr. Ottenreid's proposal. In the grand scheme of things, the actual size of the roundabout, in order to accommodate these larger trucks that we've identified, is in the ballpark of 45 to 50 meter diameter for an outside diameter for the roundabouts. And just to give you a sense of what that might look like, so one of these boards that we had provided within the context of the public meeting showed what some alternatives might be for the roundabout that we had proposed. And you can see the size of the diameter, right? That's about 48, I believe, is number 3. And so if you kind of superimpose that over this area here, you can see that right away you'd be taking out a significant portion of municipal number 1021, as well as land from 1012, not to mention the farmland over here. Now, Perth County does own this triangle here, and that's why proposed roundabouts we tried to squeeze within the triangle that was provided to us. But if you take a look at best practices and you design it in accordance with the industry guidelines, you need to accommodate these types of significant radii, and you also want to have an intentional S-bend into the roundabouts to control the speed of entry. And so what you see here is a legitimate design. Unfortunately, what Dr. Henri is proposing is not. So,
yeah, I do have that slide, but I have to tell you, where is your east-west traffic? You have it in conjunction with where the intersection 1 was supposed to be. So if you take the one that would allow access from Punky Doodle's Corner onto the on-ramp into the roundabout in order to go south, for instance, you would force that car turning right into the roundabout and 360 degree because you couldn't get out of it. Like if you did show my slide number 3.
No, Peter, I'm sorry, but we're not.
Yeah, but I think.
But we're not debating.
Okay,
this is not a debate.
Yeah,
This is for council to
But,
receive information.
It is, like he does not show, he shows 90% redistribution of 90%, but he has no solution for the 10% local traffic. And how do you on-ramp into that design from Punky Doodle's Corner, which is the 4th axis, the 4th leg of the axis?
Okay, again, this is not a time for you to be debating with the professional group that's presented this.
I would be happy to respond through you, Madam Mayor. If you don't mind, I'm happy to entertain the question. When it comes to the actual configuration, the reason why we propose this is, again, if you can imagine the graphic I showed you, this limits the number of potential conflict points and simplifies the operations. I mean, there's a reason why this was put in the first place. The reason why is because historically back in the 60s, there was a desire to connect the north to the west. And as a result, this curve was installed. I mean, land was purchased and it was designed to accommodate that maneuver. Unfortunately, over time, what we found is that this little hamlet of Punky Doodle's Corners is right adjacent to this, and not much was done about consolidating access. So basically, our proposal is quite simple: consolidate access, bring it to a T intersection, make the sight lines better, make the illumination better, and then create deceleration lanes to accommodate left turns, right turns to and from the south, and basically monitor operations and see how this does. Our forecast says that signalization and therefore roundabout control is not warranted within a 20-year horizon based on our projection of traffic volumes. And if you look at this from just first principles, we anticipate that this will be good for at least 5 to 10 years, if not, like I said, all the way to the 20-year horizon. But as part of our recommendation, we said, even if you do this, it does set you up for this. You can see how one overlaid on top of the other, should you decide to do it, actually simplifies the creation of that roundabout. So we'll leave that with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just for going forward, again, we're not debating back and forth with our delegates and the professionals who have provided the advice and report. So if council has questions of our delegates, ask the questions to delegates. If it's of staff or a professional nature, please do stick to that. And I would also just ask that those all here, please do remember that it's via council that these questions are going. So are there any additional questions for Peter at this time, council? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Peter, for
Thanks for giving me that opportunity.
I will now call on our next delegation, and that's Bryn Gladding. Bryn, thank you for joining us. And once you get up to the podium, you will have 7 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. My name is Bryn Gladding, and I'm a Punky Doodle's Corner resident. It has been just over 1 year now since one of our own was killed in a traffic collision at Punky Doodle's. We continue to press the counties for speed changes and a motion from all councils to develop a roundabout solution. This is paramount. Small changes have been implemented recently, but still, on November 25th, we experienced another collision at Oxford Road 5 and 101. We feel as a community that the counties are hearing us, but no one really is listening. We continue to be disappointed with excuses as to why a roundabout can't be constructed. We've been told that there's not enough traffic volume or collision numbers aren't high enough. I don't think we should be aiming to reach any specific numbers of collisions or deaths to quantify a roundabout. It has been even stated that it would be premature to make speed changes. The community's been expressing the need for speed reductions for years. It seems the one thing that everyone's resisted to do. We've been told that speed variations may cause more accidents if posted speed limits are reduced, because people don't obey speed signs. Comments like this have been made by R.C. Spencer Consultants as well as the Warden of Oxford that speed differentials may cause more accidents. This was also stated in an email by Oxford's Director of Public Works on November 30th. First, we all know that speed kills. Collisions at lower speeds reduce catastrophic effects and severity of collisions from higher speeds. The current curve design and intersections are no longer effective at Oxford, and they still want to pour $1 million of taxpayer money to spruce up an already dangerous T intersection. This money could be used towards a roundabout. The recent proposal to close off 2 intersections will effectively bottleneck all traffic through the intersection to see how it goes. Without speed reductions, this feels irresponsible. By altering and pushing all traffic flow into one single intersection, you are creating more risk for drivers in this new physical driving environment. This will allow for high-speed traffic to continue turning while turning traffic is removed from the through lanes, yet not addressing the individuals trying to navigate on or off from Oxford Road 5. A risky proposition with 4 lanes of traffic. A roundabout would be a proactive and safer design solution. We all know roundabouts work, and if they mitigate collisions and reduce speeds. If CR 24, which is the County Road to Tavistock, and Huron Road exits are effectively closed, what are the plans for an emergency detour route? I don't think there is one. All locals use Huron Road to enter exit 101 and enter and exit onto Road 101. This we feel is the safest entrance as locals, and it has never been an issue for traffic flow onto Huron. The consultants at Oxford Council say that Huron 101 is an unnecessary intersection, but as we know, it's the best emergency detour route and could be grandfathered in. Otherwise, you are also forcing all larger commercial vehicles down Punky Doodle Avenue on a Township road. That was not designed for large vehicle traffic. We have been told that by the council that people don't obey speed signs, so why do we have them? Compliance is not council's purview. Police enforce the laws, and council's job is to amend the bylaws, including speed. Police can only enforce what is written into law. Locals have wanted these speed reductions for years, and still no one listens. Has council requested the police reports from all of the collisions to get a full picture of why these collisions continue to happen? Have the consultants also looked at the number of farm machinery, commercial vehicles using these roads continuously, and what will a new T intersection do to their ability to maneuver at the corner during peak hours, considering their speed differentials? Putting turning lanes into a corner with through traffic and no speed reductions, we believe will lead to more problems or worse. Speed differentials, as detailed by R.C. Spencer in the R.C. Spencer report, average speeds are 91 kilometers an hour to over 105 kilometers an hour in a posted 80 kilometers an hour zone. Wouldn't a roundabout slow, pace, and calm traffic better around our area? If a new T intersection is implemented, northbound traffic on 101A turning left or right at the intersection are now entering the intersection from a full stop, 0 kilometers an hour. This is the speed differential of 80 kilometers into oncoming traffic. How long does a loaded manure spreader, a loaded fuel truck, gravel or milk truck, or transport full of grain or corn to start out from a stop sign to navigate across 3 lanes of traffic? For months, I continue to time these heavy vehicles, and it can take anywhere from 15 seconds to 1 minute for them to get up to 60 kilometers an hour turning out onto those types of roads. It's a very complicated corner, and with multiple lanes, it could be devastating. A posted speed limit change enforced now would at least help the area if we could get it down to 60 kilometers an hour. Reducing speeds would lower the speed differential until a roundabout could be constructed. Since statistics seem to be what decisions are based upon, here are some of our punky doodle statistics. 6 are the number of intersections. 8, the number of collisions that have traumatized our community since October 2022, and many before. 22 is the age of our friend and neighbor who lost her life. 1 ambulance to save her sister's life. 28 dispatched police vehicles since October 2022. 17, the number of fire trucks dispatched to Punky Doodles. 55 volunteer firefighters have had to leave their families and work to respond to these collisions. 11 is the number of EMS responders and their vehicles and teams. 10 is the number of trucks needed to clean up tow trucks needed to clean up the collisions, including accidents where vehicles also end up in the ditch and are towed out without being documented. And this is all in the last year. 8, the number of times that our neighbors had to repair his fences due to vehicles crashing through his property. 34, the number of collisions reported at Punky Doodles from 2015 to 2022. That's 4.8 per year. 4.8 per year. Now counting 2023, it brings the total to 40, which is 5 collisions per year. 11,450, the number of signatures that Punky Doodles Corner petition has received. 62% of all vehicular fatalities occur on rural roads, as studied and reported by Statistics Canada. Punky Doodles Corners is a statistic. We can't afford not to make this a roundabout. The numbers are huge, not only in financial cost, but in human cost. Perth, Oxford, Waterloo have been installing roundabouts for safer, more efficient ways to move traffic for years at less complex corners. We feel we are long overdue to receive one. By keeping the roundabout within the existing triangle at Punky Doodles, it will create minimal disturbance to the neighbors who have already been imposed upon for years by collisions, horns sounding, near misses, ongoing racing up Oxford Road 5. We cannot wait for another collision to occur. Please vote to approve speed reductions area-wide at Punky Doodles tonight, and continue to ask the right questions on the Oxford proposal. Begin planning a roundabout now, not a throughway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bryn. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thank you very much for that. I have to ask, why aren't we going for a roundabout? I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something. There may be a good reason why it has to be, it has to happen the way it does. I just need to know why. Not to you, Director, but perhaps to our expert. I'm not sure who takes that question.
I will pass it over to Director Molyneux, please.
I can give you through you, Mayor. I can give you the first response. Just in terms of the warrants for traffic signals. So prior to consideration of a roundabout, they conduct a warrant for traffic signals based on function of the intersection. And my understanding, certainly not being a traffic consultant, but my understanding is that the warrants were not there for traffic signals, and therefore they wouldn't be there for a roundabout. In addition to that, one of the bigger challenges with implementing a roundabout is the process of study and the process of land acquisition and the process of consultation. So when we look at the proposed solution, that's one that could be implemented certainly within 2024, subject to funding. However, if you look at a roundabout solution, you are looking at a much longer term process to study and then eventually to implement. And you could be looking at a window of potentially 5 to 10 years before you have something constructed in that location. Again, not a roundabout expert. We certainly don't have roundabouts here in the Township of Wilmot on our local and collector roads. But that's the process you're essentially looking at. It takes quite a while to study and to implement.
Thank you. Follow-up through you, Mayor. I don't understand that, but that's okay. There's other people who do. But when you gave some of those reasons why there wouldn't qualify for a roundabout, I'm just wondering where death falls into that. Where an accident that causes a death, more than one, where does that fall into that calculation?
Director Molyneux.
Through you, Mayor. Again, certainly with roundabouts and traffic signals, there's warrants that come into play. The consultant can outline further. Again, we don't have roundabouts or traffic signals certainly within our road network, so we're not necessarily the experts in that regard. However, there are quite a few traffic people that can explain in much greater detail and more specifically for you, so I'll defer to the consultant.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So as it relates to the warrants that are applied, that's all in Ontario Traffic Manual Book 12 as it relates to the traffic signals, and as already identified, traffic signal warrants are really what define the baseline for considering roundabouts. There is no formal roundabout warrant consideration. Basically, and this is the policy within the region of Waterloo, if traffic signals are warranted, the region of Waterloo requests that roundabouts be considered first as a treatment as opposed to traffic signals for a variety of reasons. And then so in our evaluation of this intersection, and basically as far as all the possibilities that we explored, the volumes simply aren't there, first and foremost. So, and then to answer your second question in regards to the number of collisions, the number of collisions, I believe it's over 5 years, no, over 36 months, which is 3 years, it should be 15. So at a single node that you're exploring, they would like to see a minimum of 15 collisions. It doesn't specify deaths, just pure collisions. 15 collisions over 3 years, 36 months in order to warrant a traffic signal. And unfortunately, the way that it's written, it is reactive, not proactive. So for that reason, we cannot recommend a control that is unwarranted.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Through the mayor, may I make one comment?
Okay.
Just a short one. We've had 6 collisions in 6 weeks this fall, just to follow up.
Any additional questions, councillors? I did actually have one for yourself, Bryn. So when you're saying a roundabout, just for clarity, is it the roundabout that is proposed as a potential future option that the consultant has, or was it just a roundabout in general as a solution?
I can speak to that, please.
I'm sorry, I'm currently speaking to the delegate. We don't take comments from the gallery.
I designed a 3 roundabout the day after our neighbor was killed. It has been proposed, and R.C. Spencer received that also, which is very similar to the number 3 that they have proposed on their layout. My wife will be speaking next, and she'll actually speak to that a little bit more. So you'll get to see more of that as well, and some ideas on how it could be done. I think that the biggest issue that we have with the proposal as it is there's no emergency detour route, and it's not if, but when the next collision happens, and if there's a T intersection there, they're worried about goods and services moving. Nothing stops goods and services like a collision. And we see it all the time, as you saw in my video. That's what occurs. Whenever there's a collision, you see the traffic backed up, you see the risk to the officers, to the ambulance workers, to everyone who has to come and cater to the people that are injured or within the collision. So, you know, I think speaking to the roundabout, it's the smartest solution. It's the only solution, and I don't know why we haven't gotten to the speed controls. It's been years and years. My friend Heidi Wagler has been crying out for speed controls. Our delegation here who live in the area, they're all here tonight. They deal with it every day. Speed, and speed is the issue. But if you reduce the speeds now, you could build a roundabout in whatever it takes. There's no land acquisition necessary if they actually redesigned it. It would not be necessary. And I believe that if you look into that more, you'll see that it could be done. And we also need to have an emergency route out of there. That's the biggest issue I see with what they're proposing, and I think it's a big issue. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Bryn, for joining us this evening. I will now call on our next delegation, which is Terry Gladding. Terry, thank you for joining us, and once you get to the podium, you will have 7 minutes.
Good evening. If you blink, you will miss it. I give you Punky Doodle's Corners, a confusing and visually obscured network of roads and intersections that used to be known for its quirky name, but more and more it's recently known for collisions, lots of collisions, to the point where one of our residents only has to call 911 and say your name, and that there's been another one. They already know where to send the emergency vehicles. Speeds are always reduced coming into towns, cities, complicated intersections where visibility and confusion may be an ongoing issue. This can be corrected easily and right away by first reducing speeds into the area on all roads leading into Punky Doodle's Corner. We all know that speed kills, so slow people down. We are a tangle of intersections, and people need that extra few seconds to realize that there's a stop sign and it's meant for them. Lower speeds equal better reaction time and lower risk of injury or death. Next slide, please. Thank you. The second step that should happen as soon as possible and requires approaching traffic speeds to be reduced anyway is to put in a roundabout. There is an existing triangle in the center of this network of roads that would easily provide the circle necessary to route 3 roads in and out without the need to expropriate any land. Next one, please. The structure is already there, and with some minor changes, a triangle can be made into a circle. This will help to pace traffic as well. Everyone's slowing down to merge into, around, and back out of the roundabout will create a space between vehicles and keep traffic flowing. And if there should be an accident within the roundabout, it will be a rear quarter panel impact at a low speed, not a deadly high-speed impact into the side door of another vehicle. Punky Doodle's Ave would remain open, would become a dead end, and its residents would enter and exit on Huron Road 101, which should remain open. This is the road most residents use anyway, since we are well aware of the mayhem at intersection 2, and we avoid it at all cost. Next one, please. Leaving Huron Road open to 101 allows traffic to be redirected out and around should there be a collision within the roundabout. The current short-term recommendation plan shows the reconstruction of a T intersection at intersection 2 at a cost of about $1 million, closes Huron Road from Punky Doodle's Ave to 101. It also closes Perth-Oxford Road from 24 to Road 5. Next one, please. They are effectively bottlenecking all traffic through one intersection, and it seems that no one's given any thought to what a collision at intersection 2 or intersection 1 would do. This scenario happened on September 1st, 2023 on the Labor Day weekend. The white vehicle down in the gully, traveling from Tavistock to Highway 7 and 8, came around the bend, and an oncoming vehicle attempted to turn left in front of him at intersection 2 and head down Road 5. Next one, please. He hit the front end of that vehicle, and the impact redirected his vehicle off the road, dropping him down approximately 6 feet into the embankment where he bounced before coming to a stop near our neighbor's fence. The driver's first question to me was, why is there not a roundabout here? The traffic from Tavistock was able to be redirected off of County Road 24 down Perth-Oxford Road, and as the photo shows, the traffic from Highway 7 and 8 was able to be redirected off of 101 and down Huron Road. As seen just above the white vehicle, there's a tanker coming down the back road. By closing these 2 roads off, there will be nowhere to go. This type of collision may become the norm with traffic bottlenecked through that one intersection. We are a small community made up and surrounded by farms. We have large agricultural vehicles pulling other large implements into their fields, milk and fuel tankers, feed trucks, gravel trucks, and regular transport traffic mixed in with vehicles on a daily basis. Will any of these tar and chip roads take the weight of day-to-day use of heavy traffic? There is not much of a shoulder, no room for a bicycle lane, and the turning radius of some of these vehicles requires both of the narrow lanes to get around it, leaving the tire tracks in grass and near the ditches. These large vehicles are heavy, slow, and need access to vehicles and farms all around the area. This will not keep traffic flowing. This will create more chaos. Next one, please. In R.C. Spencer's presentation, there was a diagram showing 3 possible roundabouts. Number 1 was the preferred scenario, but it was set partially over onto a neighbor's property and completely misses the triangle. Number 2 was shown slightly larger in size than number 1 and also misses the triangle. The largest of the 3 was number 3. This roundabout was located on the triangle, but for some reason was the least preferable. Next one, please. If you take number 1, the smallest, and preferred roundabout, and position it directly on the triangle, it fits. This scenario has the added benefit of using existing Perth County property and not requiring the time and money to acquire local landowners' property. Next one, please. We contacted the region of Waterloo after realizing that a single lane roundabout had been constructed at Floridale Road and Line 86. This was previously a 2-way stop on Floridale Road, and it was only 2 roads that crossed at a 90-degree angle. This intersection is also a throughway to smaller towns and villages. It supports cars, farm machinery, heavy truck traffic, as well as horse and buggy traffic. That is a huge speed differential. We reached out and we were sent the plans for the roundabout showing where the 60-kilometer-an-hour signs were posted as traffic approached. We had the elevations, the project approval report, and the turning movement counts. We compared the peak hours we were given with what Floridale 86 had, and the number of vehicles entering our network were higher. We were told that our numbers did not meet the threshold warrant. That means that Floridale 86 also did not meet those standards. It's very clear that the region was being proactive and prioritized public safety above provincial standards. Their roundabout cost was stated at $1.2 million, and while I understand that ours will require grading and drainage, etc., the $1 million being earmarked for that short-term T intersection can be redirected to a roundabout, and the work for the roundabout can begin much earlier. There was no need for an environmental study for that pre-existing intersection, and it had no impact on GRCA regulations. From their report date of August 10th, 2021 to the construction in 2023 was 2 years, not the 5 to 20 years that we have been quoted. Wasting money on a short-term solution with the suggestion that we should look at it again in a year and see how it goes seems like they aren't not too sure they have the right solution to begin with. Speed changes can be made right away in the interim. Please take some time and ask more questions. Look into our local residents' concerns and their questions. The scenarios we feel that have not been addressed by the consultant's report, and consider the fact that provincial standards may not apply to all situations before moving ahead with an intersection that may result in more crashes and loss of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Terry. Councillors, any questions for Terry? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening. We will now move on to our next delegation, and that is Heidi Yancey-Bailey. Heidi, thank you for joining us, and you will have 7 minutes. Are you joining us virtually? Oh, sorry. All right. When you're ready, please come up, and your 7 minutes will start.
My connection to Punky Doodle's Corners is a century deep. I speak on my own behalf today to advocate for the residents of Punky Doodle's Corners and surrounding farms and homes, for speed reductions, for immediate safety improvements, and ultimately for a roundabout. Although I don't live on the family farm, I'm there every day. I am your traffic study. All of my neighbors, friends, and relatives in attendance here are your traffic study. Most of us fear that the so-called improvements will make matters worse. Studies done by professionals are useful, but inadequate, and councils need to pay attention to our perspective. Oxford County's objective is focused on the movement of goods and services and the flow of commuters between towns and cities to keep traffic flowing as fast as possible. Our objective is to live in relative peace and stay alive. Oxford has made an amendment to revisit the discussion about a roundabout next year once the intersection project has been completed, which does not give us much confidence or trust. It appears they are willing to be inconvenienced by a few more catastrophic collisions. We are not. Who's next? Which one of us is next? We are frustrated, stressed, numb, traumatized, and grieving. The well-being of the people living here needs to be at the forefront of decisions being made. The volume of traffic alone is unhealthy, let alone the cumulative emotional damage of this history of collisions. We are already subjected to stressful levels of light and noise pollution. At peak times, it's hard to talk to a person face-to-face in our yards and on our porches, and it will not be improved by any of the changes being proposed. All decisions must regard how it will affect residents, including positioning lights where they will not shine directly into windows, and where acceleration and deceleration will cause noise near houses, as well as residents safely leaving and arriving at their properties. Every possible measure to alleviate the negative effects of traffic must be taken. Since the speed study completed in the spring of 2023, there has been a drastic change. The speed around the curve has slowed during peak times. Drivers are slowing down to avoid collisions. I have observed this for months, and the new speed feedback signs confirm it. I believe most drivers would be willing to accept a speed reduction. Traffic consultants stated that it is not speed that is the problem, but differing speeds. The solution, however, is not to keep traffic moving at 80 kilometers an hour or faster. Slow it all down on all roads leading to Punky Doodles. We need councils to do what is required to make that happen. Members of council represent us, and this is what we are asking for. What will it take to reduce the speed? How can we change the environment in order to force drivers to slow down? It is unacceptable that such a complex road system has an 80-kilometer-an-hour limit, and I can't think of any other place this would be allowed, especially in the heart of the best farmland in Ontario. So far, in requesting speed reduction, we've been told it will not only be ineffective, but have the opposite effect and actually increase speeding, a dubious claim for which we have been given no evidence. Lower the speed limit, enforce it. Recently installed safety measures are necessary and I believe are making a difference, but traffic calming needs to happen many kilometers away. Action so far has been reactive and we need to be proactive. In general, as a group, we don't agree with the proposed changes. There has been zero consideration for tractors. The proposal overlooks the dominant industry here, agriculture. Clearly, none of the experts designing this T intersection have driven a tractor down the side of a busy road pulling implements, especially through any intersection. And Aaron, if I'm wrong about that, let's talk. This proposal ignores Oxford 5, despite its crossing with Punky Doodles Avenue being the site of the most collisions. This is the road that has had the most change and the least accommodation. Oxford 5 went from a dirt road to a raceway in a decade. Nothing slows drivers as they come down that hill. There is no speed feedback sign installed on Oxford 5, although it is desperately needed, and at this point won't be discussed for a year. The proposal will allow and encourage drivers to speed dangerously past the houses at the corner. The proposal forces drivers to turn into oncoming traffic, potentially going well over 100 kilometers an hour. When collisions happen, it will be at higher speed, and the damage will be far greater. Our community association is in agreement that a roundabout is our preference. We realize roundabouts are not perfect. Accidents can and do happen, but without the catastrophic damage of a high-speed impact. This is the difference between a tow truck and an air ambulance. Perth Council, wisely, have been reluctant to approve this proposal. They also hesitated to reject it, citing that this could possibly set back the timeline for any improvements. I appreciate this forethought. Time is of the essence here. However, we do not have time for a solution that could end up being a setback of its own. Perth County has discussed additional consultation, which I support, and encourage Wilmot and Waterloo Region to consider. I also strongly suggest that you listen to those of us most affected. Even if we are forced to accept a 4-lane curve with all the collision points funneled into one place, we will continue to push for speed reduction. If that will be the new configuration, it is even more imperative to slow down the traffic. This will add up to less than a minute out of somebody's day. We can all spare a few seconds to slow down, to allow time to react, and to stay as safe as possible. A few seconds is not a sacrifice. It literally will not kill anybody to get to their destination a few seconds later. This council has the opportunity to work with us to find a unique solution to our unique problems. We need the jurisdictions involved to care. Because overall, this really is not about numbers and statistics and measurements. This is about people. Our thinking has to shift away from the efficiency of commerce and towards basic humanity. I've said this before, and I repeat it with all seriousness. Come stand beside me in front of my parents' barn and experience this place for yourself. You need to understand not only how terrifying these roads are, but also why, despite that, we love our homes and are willing to put so much work into this. I'm asking you to care about the well-being of the residents. Help us get our speed reduction and our traffic calming safety features. Focus on collision prevention. Advocate for a well-designed roundabout. Listen to us and respect us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Questions, Councillor Martin?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, thank you, Heidi, for presenting to us this evening. I agree with you that Sadie's death is a horrible tragedy. I agree that the accidents that continue to happen are not good. I have spent a fair bit of time. There was about 28 years where I would be in and out of Punkadoodle's Corners from my former marriage. And I don't have any pecuniary interest because that was a former marriage. So I guess I'm just wondering, and I'm sorry, I believe it's Aaron who's our expert that's behind the screen. I apologize, I forget names, and even though Sharon Chambers' name is right in front of me one night, I couldn't say her name. So I'm just wondering, can we ask Aaron to talk about farm implements, because I think that's important. If there is a roundabout, it has to be suitable for the farm implements that are using that road, those roads regularly. And the other question is speed reduction. Because I have driven through different rural roads where the speed goes from 80 to 60 to 40, back to 60 to 80. And so I'm just wondering, what does it take to reduce speed on that road? I realize it's not our jurisdiction. We only have a small jurisdiction in this territory. But what does it take to reduce speed, and what does it take to have a roundabout that farm implements can safely go on?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So regarding the first question, as it relates to the design of the roundabout, obviously to accommodate larger machinery, you need larger radii, larger diameters, and our designer in-house identified that, as I previously identified, between 45 meters and 50 meters should suffice. For some of those larger roundabouts, you typically have what's called a truck apron in the middle, and that allows for the larger vehicles to semi-mount that inner portion, which a normal passenger vehicle would not do. So it's just consideration with respect to the truck apron. And in rural settings, they are appropriate. However, as I identified, that this location does not meet the technical warrants for implementation. That said, within the greater context, road authorities should refer to those guidelines and our recommendations as best practices. And you as the road authorities are enabled to put, if you want to put a roundabout, for example, at every intersection, you could. There's nothing stopping you under the Highway Traffic Act. However, there's a reason why these warrants exist, and it's to guide best practices. And as it relates to the second question, specifically to, sorry, I can't recall, that was just in regards to...
The question was in regards to speed. What does it take to change
as
the
far
speed?
as that's concerned, we typically rely on the TAC, which is the Transportation Association of Canada, to guide us on all things speed limits. And what they've identified, there are some key features. Some of them are subjective, and so within the context of our report, we did identify what those were. But as it relates to the actual implementation of speed limits, again, Road Authority is encouraged to implement whatever they deem fit. That said, again, you should be following best practices. And what the best practices identify is that on a rural roadway like this, where I would say in its current configuration, it is recommended to be 70 kilometers an hour. However, once the improvements are made, they actually recommend increasing it again to 80 kilometers an hour. And the reason for that is because the accesses have been consolidated. So it's not the only item that is reviewed within the context of the TAC Geometric Design Guide, but it is, I guess, one of the most significant ones, the number of accesses within a portion of roadway that would determine, for example, should the speed limit be dropped to 60 kilometers an hour. And what you might see, for example, in a rural setting where maybe you're going through a small hamlet, you might see the speed limit drop to 60 kilometers an hour. And that's simply because the TAC Geometric Design Guide identifies that if there is some higher density of homes actually fronting that roadway, or accesses that the speed limit should be reduced. But in this particular case, if we consolidate access to a single point, the TAC Geometric Design Guide and the guideline specific to speed limits identifies that 80 kilometers an hour is an appropriate speed limit.
Thank you. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, this is a follow-up since you've studied that intersection. Intuitively, I always come up, living on Huron Road, I always come up Pennsylvania Avenue. That's a little different place. Punky Doodles Avenue, and really think intuitively that the stop sign should be there given the volume of traffic that is on Oxford 5. Now, I know historically there was gravel on Oxford 5, and so I guess what determines where the stop sign is versus what becomes through traffic?
So if you'll notice within our recommendation, we actually recommended that control be reversed for the same reason, actually, because you want your main street traffic to be your through movement, and you want your minor street traffic to yield the right of way, look for a gap, and then enter the traffic stream accordingly. So your intuition is correct.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is my thinking, I don't want to be pointing fingers here, but my thinking is that over time, well, I better not say what I'm thinking.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I would love to know what you were thinking. I do have to say, and this is no disrespect to you, Aaron, and I know that you are have to follow your guidelines, but listening to this does not meet the technical requirement and this does not meet the specific guidelines. I just wish sometimes that people who are making these recommendations might live in that area for a year, 12 months, just to see, because it doesn't, I understand what you're saying. I understand the numbers and all that information doesn't fit into the guideline. I get that. But I think there's more here at play than that. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Any other questions of Heidi? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Heidi, for joining us this evening. And our last delegation on this item is Ed Dennen. Ed, you will have 7 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ed Dennen, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sort of the official voice of the Punky Doodles Community Association. You've heard from many of our members. They're providing the emotional background and the sort of the feeling of what's going on there, and so I'm here to present the community's official position. So we represent dozens of families, concerned residents, and farm operations within the vicinity of Punky Doodles Corners with respect to the and we're here to designate or delegate regarding the feasibility study. There's been a lot of discussion about our community in the last number of years, including newspaper articles, media coverage. You've all seen the stories, you've likely heard the debate, and you know directly who's affected, and you obviously know about the signatures on the petition. And some of you may even avoid the corners and take alternate routes when possible. This crazy group of intersections has never been the outcome of good planning, rather the result of a path of least resistance of problem solving, and is a jurisdictional nightmare that many locals refer to as the Bermuda Triangle. As a clear need to address the problems, our community came together to form the Punky Doodles Community Association to advocate with one strong voice to be constructive yet firm in our resolve to seek immediate, short-term, and most importantly, long-term solutions to the issues before us. It's clear there's been a lot of major changes in Oxford, Perth, and Waterloo region over the last number of years, but upgrading Road 5 to the county road has been a major catalyst of change in this area. It's essentially a dirt road dressed up like a highway, tar and chip on gravel. No proper shoulders, nowhere near the specifications that arterial roads have to meet. Road 5 suddenly became a high-speed shortcut for everyone commuting from Woodstock to the Waterloo region. Thanks to GPS and big data, this route has increased traffic volume exponentially, and it now takes approximately 40% of the southbound traffic. All three municipalities have benefited from increased development fees and larger tax base over the last number of years. In exchange for that, all three have a responsibility to not only improve safety in this area, but to plan properly for the future, sharing the cost along the way. We very much understand that this is a very emotionally charged issue, but we can assure you we will continue to exert pressure on all three municipalities, and we will not waver. Our community association meeting on October 2nd with about 30 people present, representing families, farm operations, and big businesses, we made two clear resolutions, voting unanimously on both. Number one, speed kills. We are demanding a bylaw change, as you're aware of, from all three municipalities to reduce the speed limit in all three directions from 80 to 60, starting 200 meters from the intersections, and there are many examples of this throughout the area. Number two, a roundabout is the best solution, and our community is clear in considering of all potential problems with the proposed T intersection that a roundabout was the best option. In our meetings with representatives from Oxford, Perth, and Wilmot, it was quite abundantly clear to us that if staff accepted and approved this is what we were going to get. This is our 20-year solution, and that's unacceptable to us. So we would like to see a second phase to the project with planning to start immediately. If you refer to the agenda package, it does say that this intersection is a short-term recommendation. The statement that a signaled intersection or roundabout is not warranted comes from a flawed calculation of population growth of 2%. We all know that this is greatly understated in this period of high immigration and development in our counties. In consultation with the 4 connected farm properties around the intersection, we found that none of the farm property stakeholders were contacted, yet alone invited to discuss options for a better redesign and long-term plan. Yet all 4 have expressed absolute willingness to engage and would very much like to have dialogue to move this forward. For clarity, we must make it clear that although we disagree with many elements of this plan, we will not stand in the way of the proposed short-term recommendation for the intersections. But we must note that some major safety issues with respect to the proposal before you from staff today. The traffic study conducted this summer indicated that the 85th percentile speed around the curve is 105 kilometers an hour. So that means 15% of the people are going faster than that. The position put forth from consultants and county representatives is that after the proposed improvements have been implemented, that speed would continue at approximately 85th percentile of 105 kilometers an hour. It's made clear to us that the job of the group of this group of intersections was to convey maximum amount of goods and vehicular traffic as possible. However, the likelihood of higher speed collisions is much higher here. All of the maps and the diagrams that you see today show you an aerial view of the area. What you're not seeing is the proposed location for the T intersection is approximately 10 feet higher than the elevation of the intersection of County Road 5 and Punky Doodles Ave. So that southbound traffic onto 5 could easily be doing 80 to 90 kilometers an hour by the time they reach that intersection. Conversely, local traffic, including ag equipment trucks coming from Huron Road, will have great difficulty getting out from the stop sign on County Road 5 if there's any amount of traffic. Again, because of the aerial views you will see in the report, it's easy to overlook that the entire area of the curve is down in a lower elevation in the roads leading to the curve from the west and the north. Standing at the proposed location of the intersection, you will immediately notice that cars coming from the west disappear and then reappear when approaching. given a false sense of approaching traffic. So engineering planning needs to take this into account, especially for trucks and tractors. Imagine you pull to the T intersection from Oxford 5 with a tractor pulling fully loaded tanker or wagons and with very slow acceleration and straight through traffic traversing in front of you at 105 kilometers an hour. The recommendation seems to have looked the agricultural community with some of the best farmland in the world. Roundabout, in many communities, the residents are pushing back against roundabouts, but in our case, we're asking for one. The reasons are clear. We have begged for more enforcement of speeds here, but it seems that any police officer in their right mind wouldn't want to risk their life in this area when they can write just as many tickets in other places and be able to go home to their family. Clearly, roundabouts require no electronic signaling, and as a result require much less technical support and maintenance and will not suffer from downtime during storms and power outages. Considering that currently approximately 66% of southbound traffic continues around the curve towards Tavistock, much of the traffic will continue to flow without substantial interruption. In your agenda package, there's 3 potential roundabout designs. Essentially, they all cut off the historical hamlet of Punky Doodle's Corners, subjecting the residents there to all the noise, traffic, and activity with none of the access. There are better options, and we would like an opportunity to present those to council when the time comes. We are presented with an ethical dilemma with the proposed short-term solution. If we oppose this proposal and insist the counties wait to undertake a project of a suitable roundabout and a traffic fatality occurs, the guilt would be on our community, and we don't want that. Our informed local perspectives, our lived experiences, and our collective wisdom tells us that this T intersection design comes with prudential problems, but we're not traffic engineers and therefore must cautiously agree with this temporary solution despite its pitfalls. But we're demanding to have consultation and dialogue on the second phase. We want to be clear, we're incredibly grateful for the incremental progress in addressing the safety issues thus far. The larger stop sign with flashing light, repairing and replacing broken and missing reflectors, scraping asphalt to remove the paint lines, cutting down and removing overgrowth, installation of speed feedback signs. All great to see, but there's much to be done yet, and we need your help to get there. Please make a motion to reduce the speed limits as we've requested, and please support us by engaging us in phase 2 of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ed. Councillors, any questions for Ed? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Ed. Do you believe that, I know you said that you thought that we should move forward with the temporary decision, but do you believe that that would impact the final? Do you believe that approving a temporary measure would then impact the desire for townships, not this one, but to move forward with that? I hope I made that clear.
Through the mayor, you did. And I think it will depend on the attitudes of council. We want something done, and I understand the process and time that if at the current rate we can do this implementation of the short term in the next year, and that it does take longer to do roundabouts. But I think, you know, it's going to depend on the attitudes of all the councils involved, whether they want to maintain and reassess traffic volumes and do a good job of designing that. It will take time, but it's going to depend whether they say that this is it and that's it, or whether they come back to us and talk to us about, you know, and maintain vigilance of the intersections.
Okay.
But doing nothing is not acceptable.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Is there something that we can add to this that says that we want to make sure?
We're not at that point yet.
Okay.
We're going to finish the questions with Ed,
Okay,
and then we
perfect.
will get to that
Thank you.
point of the evening. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, Ed, in any of your presentations you talk about immediate steps being reduction in speed, and the second one I would think that's obvious, maybe what I was thinking earlier that didn't say is, why isn't there stop signs on Punky Doodles Ave and based on traffic volume and Oxford 5 becomes the through road up to the existing stop sign? To me, those would be two immediate steps that could be taken. That's just me thinking out loud. Has your committee?
We've made certain recommendations to that effect. through you, Madam Mayor, we've made certain recommendations to that effect, including the option of a four-way stop, and so far a lot of that has landed on deaf ears, so that's why we continue to advocate the best we can.
Any other questions of Ed, councillors? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for joining us,
Thank you very much for your
Ed.
time.
So yes, Councillor Dunstall, you were preempting me, but at this point we can discuss. It would be amendments, or there is the potential, I suppose, for waiving
Yes.
notice and putting up a different motion if you wanted to go a different direction, or also, of course, deferral pending more information or whatever
Yes.
you would want to make, or the kinds of options.
Through you, Mayor, but I do believe that Councillor Sadhu would like to say something first. Got his hand up.
Councillor Stu.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment before we go down that road. I grew up in Tavistock. I know exactly the concerns that you guys are saying. This is a tough intersection even on the nicest days, let alone in the winter when you have snow and there's low visibility. True story, this is the first time I ended up in a ditch, was Punky Doodle Corner. The young guy driving back to Tavistock, I lost control of my car. It's not safe. Frankly, I'm surprised that it's taken this long to even consider something or do something about it. Low speeds, I can't wrap my head around how it's being suggested that lowering the speeds will not work. I mean, we have distracted driving, high speeds, multiple intersections. While I respect the reports that saying roundabout's not required or that doesn't meet the criteria, I'm sorry, common sense would show that it would work here. You look at highways, you look at Highway 7 and Perth Line 26. You have multiple tractor trailers. You have a tractor dealership on the corner. I've been through there many times. It seems to be working fine. So on this end, I am fully in support of lowering speeds. And is this plan perfect? No, but we can't sit back and not do anything. So in the short term, I say we move on to this with the expectation of lowering speeds and eventually getting a roundabout.
So Councillor, to clarify, are you looking to make amendments to the current motion then, or what? I appreciate what your end goal is. I'm asking, how do you propose to...
I appreciate what my end goal is too, but I'm going to rely on...
But I'm asking Councillor Sadhu.
Yes.
I was asking
Oh, I'm
Councillor
sorry,
Sadhu.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Yes, in the perfect world, I would say we implement in the short term because we need to do something, this plan that we see, but then also a motion that we would request. I don't know, how would that work, Jeff? Is that we would request a roundabout and speed reduction study, or?
Through you, Mayor, I'd actually defer to Director Mullen Hughes just to clarify who the authority would be to make that request to. I'm not sure myself.
Through you, Mayor, if you're looking for speed reduction motion, Oxford County would be the appropriate authority. It is it was mentioned earlier about the jurisdictions, but Oxford 24, Perth 101, and Region 1 are pretty close in alignment there and overlap, so it may be something that hits all three municipalities, and maybe that's something for you to take away in terms of a motion if you are looking to add to the motion about speed reduction.
We'll do Councillor Martin.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Salonen, and I realize Councillor Dunstall, you were wanting to make some more comments, but following up on Councillor Sadhu's comments and question, back to you, Director Mullenhouse, I'm wondering, because of the three jurisdictions, I'm looking at the map, so you have the three municipalities, we really only have jurisdiction over two small roads, right? Punky Doodles Avenue and Huron Road. Those are the only two that we have authority over. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, we have jurisdiction over a segment of Punky Doodles. The intersection itself actually falls within Oxford Road 5, so that falls within Oxford County's jurisdiction based on road authority. The other part, Huron Road, would be ours as well.
So then, I guess what I'm asking is, if we do make an amendment, if we do make a what is it that we can do? We can make a if we pass the recommendation that you've brought forward, Director Mullenhouse, but add to it an addendum or an amendment of some kind, what would that be? A recommendation to the other municipalities that we consider the speed reduction and the roundabout? Is that the procedure?
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation that we have before you is to endorse the short-term recommendation that the consultant has put forward. If there are additional or add-ons that you would prefer, then similar to, I think, Oxford County, they've put a motion together, and that's attached with the report. I think it's attachment 6. I'm just going to confirm here. Yes, attachment 6 that has the amended motion that they've added on to their endorsement, and that endorsement speaks to further refinement with Perth County, Wilmot Township, and or the region of Waterloo for further improvements.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I concur with what my colleagues are saying. To sort of summarize and put it out there, I think absolutely. I mean, to the last delegation's request, we have to do something, and that's essentially to endorse the proposal in front of us. Flawed as it is, I think there's enough backing that we can potentially see some improvement there. So I think in the interest of doing something immediately, that is the best way forward right now. But then in addition to that, I agree. I know it's outside of our jurisdiction with regards to Regional Road 1 and Perth Road 101 and Oxford Road 24 and Oxford Road 5 because we have no control over them. I wish we could just simply tonight say, we're going to build a roundabout and we're going to reduce speed because it makes a lot of sense. And as we've all heard, and I think we all agree on that. But ultimately, I think we put forward a motion that calls on our colleagues at the region of Waterloo and in Perth County and in Oxford County to address the speed issues immediately to the best of their ability and also move forward towards cooperating collaboratively between us all to put a roundabout there. And while there may not be statistics or warrants in order to bring this forward, I think it's just the sheer political will. I mean, we need to call on our colleagues in these counties and just do it, make it happen. Seek the political will to do this. I, for one, will. Whatever the ask is for Wilmot Township and the limited vote that I have on this council of 6, I would absolutely help it press forward in any way possible.
I do have one technical question, and I don't know if it would be you, Director Mullenhouse, or Aaron. Is there any risk to putting in a roundabout where it technically doesn't meet the provincial standards to implement one? Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, maybe not necessarily about roundabouts, but just in terms of warrants in general. I think the consultant, Aaron, mentioned that there are standards as far as, they put warrants together so that you have some sort of uniformity to road operations. And when you look at warrants for things like traffic signals, if you have traffic signals or you have stop conditions in locations where it's not technically warranted, it can cause other unintended issues. And so that's what he was speaking to in terms of that certainly any jurisdiction can implement as they see fit, and certainly politicians can make decisions that they wish to make. However, from a staff perspective and a consulting perspective, we really have to fall back on the technical advice to you. And in cases where it may be, maybe you differ from your opinion differs from that of staff, then you certainly can evaluate that as a council. But that's where recommendations come from in terms of warrants, and we make our recommendations based on that. There are conditions where maybe it can open up risk. However, again, I can't speak to roundabouts just in terms of implementing them. I would say when you look at the standard of a roundabout certainly is a costly construction and process and whatnot. So it may be one that you don't want to set a precedent on. However, there may be cases where, you wish to review and pursue that further, but that certainly is under the purview of council to do so.
Aaron, did you have anything to add to that? I just saw you popped back up on our screen there.
Yeah, no, actually, through you, Madam Mayor, Jeff did a great job responding. I did want to reiterate the fact that typically if something is unwarranted and you do implement it, you then take on the responsibility of that decision. In this particular case, we are making this recommendation, and as a result, we stand behind it, right? And so if council makes that decision to go against the consultant's recommendation, which is in line with technical best practices, again, should anything happen, you're basically absolving us as the consultant of our recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall, I've been waiting for you to raise your hand again. Did you want to speak? I'm not ignoring you.
I've just been watching everything go by me here. I think we're all in agreement that we would like to add an amendment to that motion, and I would hope that Clerk Bunn can help me with that wording. You're much more familiar with the vernacular than I am. I don't know, this is such an important thing. I don't know if we could make the motion from all of us instead of just one of us, but I would like to have that motion that we would accept the temporary with the provision that there will be ongoing, I don't know what the terminology would be, but to get the roundabout in and the traffic speed turned down.
Okay. Thank you. I think Councillor Cressman had a follow-up on that, and then I will
Yes,
turn it over.
I would certainly word the amendment to read that we strongly encourage immediate reduction in speed.
Great.
And I think that should be what should be added to it. I don't know if we're responsible for any accidents, according to Aaron, if we reduce the speed. But what I heard in Tavistock when I was there in the meeting was, well, you got a bank curve, and that means you can drive the speed. And I thought, boy, that's sending the wrong message. You make a road, and if the road is capable of doing it, then you drive what it's capable of handling. And I thought, who the tail's wagging the dog here? Anyhow, I think we have to have very strong language about
Agreed.
reducing speed there.
I agree with that, Clerk Bunn.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, my question to you, Director Mollenhouse, is that little triangle, we have a number of proposals this evening, and I realize studies need to be done. They have to measure it out and make sure that there's room for whatever's put in place. But do you know who owns the triangle there? I have seen police and other emergency response people disputing over whose boundary it is and who should be responsible. But I'm just curious, do you know?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, not to clarify at all, but there is partial ownership, certainly with all three in that area, and it's and it is a part of the complicating matter here, just in terms of you can kind of see where Region Road 1 sort of proceeds south and where Oxford Road 5, that alignment is the boundary of Waterloo. And to the west is Oxford and Perth counties. So there's some joint jurisdiction within that area. As the report outlines, there's the operating authority in the area, generally speaking, is Oxford County, and that's why they've taken the lead on this. So I think they have probably a bigger stake in that triangle area than the others.
Any other questions before we start? Oh, Aaron, did you have a comment to add to that?
Yes, yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to identify that based on my understanding and our conversations to date, actually Perth County owns that triangle. And again, I'd be happy to just show my screen here so we can all have a better understanding. So the triangle that's being discussed is this triangular piece right here. And within the context of that, just identifying the different options, because there have been some conversations about the orientation and why one was chosen over number 3. Again, it has everything to do with actually controlling the speed of entry into the roundabout. And just because historically some roundabouts might have been shoehorned into some tight spaces and have taken some liberties with the entries in terms of speed and control, in terms of the radii. We clearly identified that we would like to follow best practices in the design of this roundabout. And in order to best comply with those best practices, number 1 is the preferred option. Number 3 is really tight for turns, specifically for tractor trailers. And I imagine some of the larger equipment as well. So just to give you a sense of why 1 over 3. But again, that was something that we identified as part of our exploration. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to amendments, any other questions of a technical nature that anyone would like to get? Councillor Cressman.
This is to Director Mollenhaus again. The recommendation is included to hand this off to the Waterloo region, and I think it's coming up Wednesday as a recommendation. I hope that doesn't mean speed reduction gets booted down the road, that we can continue pressing for that, or in any way. Maybe I should talk to a regional councillor then.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one as well. Yes, I mean, my understanding is if that motion is successful on Wednesday, it's not going to be overnight suddenly that happens, but I think if we put forward our recommendation with whatever we come up here, I would think it would be appropriate that that's what regional council would adopt. Also granted, I can't speak for the other 15 colleagues that I have around that table, but I think it would be very much the same process, as well as the region has been involved in the process. My understanding has been up until the financial contribution discussion. So it's not like it's new to the regional staff. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, so now this will be on to the time if people want to make amendments. I believe that Clerk Bunn has done up some wording potentially.
Through you, Mayor, for Councillor Dunstall, I know you were looking for some help with some wording. So what I've put together here based on Council's debate this evening is, in addition to what is already on the floor, an amendment that Council of the Township of Wilmot strongly calls upon Oxford County, Perth County, and the region of Waterloo to immediately work together collectively to reduce speeds in and around the areas of Punky Doodle's Corner, and further, that staff explore further refinements to Oxford County, Perth County, and the region of Waterloo for improvements to Punky Doodle's Corners, and that's following along with the resolution that was passed by Perth County.
Through you, Mayor, just to clarify, Oxford County is what was the amended motion rather than Perth.
Okay, any, well, I guess, are you okay with that, Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I am, but there was no mention there of roundabouts, and I thought that we had talked about, having the immediate speed reduced, but then also making sure that a roundabout was in the future.
My apologies, Councillor. What I could do, or of course the Council can amend this, but what I would suggest then is perhaps, just sorry, I'm looking at the wording here, that staff explore further refinements with Oxford County, Perth County, and the region of Waterloo for improvements, including moving forward with a roundabout at Punky Doodle's Corner.
Including moving forward, right?
Is that what you're thinking of?
Perfect.
Very good. So that amendment has been moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. So we will just be voting on adding the amendment currently. So all those in favor of the amendment, and that carries unanimously. Yes. Any other amendments that anybody would like to add before we have our final vote? Okay, seeing none, I will now call the final vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So thank you very much for everyone who came to join us.
To the chair.
You are... You're more than welcome to stick around for the rest of our meeting. Very exciting, but I do also appreciate if you have other events to get to. And we will be moving on to item 13.3.
To the chair.
Oh, my
If I
apologies,
may,
Councillor Wilkinson.
we have been in session since 5 p.m. May I request a short 10-minute recess for council to refresh themselves?
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
We do actually technically need to make that a motion, so I would need a seconder then, please. Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor. We will reconvene at 9:30. we will just carry on. I am cognizant that we do have our final delegate of the evening has been sitting for quite a while through a lot. So if it's okay with everyone, we're going to bump up her item, which is item 13.5. So that Julie has an opportunity to speak. So we will go through that report first, and then Julie, we will have you up if just wanted to explain the process for everyone and everyone who's following along. Yeah, we're gonna go back to items 13.3 and 13.4, but right now we're gonna deal with 13.5. And the recommendation is that report COR 2023-79, interim financial update with budget issues and strategies be received for information. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. And I will now call on our CAO Chambers to introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council, senior staff, and members of the public present. It's my pleasure to bring you this evening It's my pleasure to bring you this evening the Township of Wilmot's interim financial update. This update and report will launch Wilmot's 2024 budget process. This initial report relates to budget pressures and strategies, which will be presented this evening by our interim treasurer, Dan Elliott, who will be joining us virtually this evening due to a loss of a family member. And on behalf of council and staff, I'd like to offer Dan our sincere condolences. In terms of the time frame for the budget, the first draft of the operating budget will be presented in January and will include a draft tax increase figure for consideration by council. While we've recently experienced vacancies within the finance team, I'm pleased that we were able to bring interim leadership on board very quickly, and they've done an excellent job of getting up to speed. I'm very proud of our finance team, who've pulled together working with interim leaders to move the budget process forward. Overall, our budget timeline will not be impacted. We're looking towards a February budget approval date, which compares favorably with the approval date of the 2023 budget. In addition to thanking the finance team, I'd also like to thank all of those staff who have contributed to compiling the 2024 budget, and also to members of council who provided input into the 2023 budget process, which has led to changes and improvements for the 2024 budget process. Members of the public can also delegate during budget meetings that take place in January and February, and information about how to delegate is available at wilmot.ca/delegation. In terms of budget pressures, Wilmot continues to offer our residents a high quality of programs and services while being fiscally responsible. But like other municipalities across the province, Wilmot is facing budgetary pressures, including inflation, increasing requirements to achieve regulatory compliance, and rising demands for service as our community grows. I want to note that the budget pressures and strategies report this evening identifies a number of pressures and the percentage tax increase that each would represent. I want to be clear that it should not be assumed that the total of these budget pressures represent the proposed tax increase for 2024. Staff has worked diligently to mitigate these budget pressures when compiling the draft operating budgets, which will be presented in January. We're moving toward increased growth and continue to invest in infrastructure. We're optimistic about the future of the township as a great place to live, work, play, and visit. And I'd like to now welcome Interim Treasurer Dan Elliott to present his reports.
Good evening. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Madam Mayor and members of council, thank you for allowing me to present from home tonight in these difficult times. Tonight, I wish to walk you through my report that's on your agenda and highlight some of the critical elements. We will look at how Wilmot compares to other municipalities. We will then explore the infrastructure funding challenges, and we'll be looking at key tax pressures that are emerging for the 2024 budget. Based on those pressures, I would like to outline some of the strategies staff are already taking at this time to mitigate and minimize those pressures, as Karen mentioned. And then we'll just review quickly the next steps in our budget schedule for the new year. A number of the slides that I've got here tonight are already in the report. They're a little repetitive. I've expanded on a few of them, but I wanted to explain some of them to you and allow the members of the public to understand them a little more in depth with my conversation. So let's get started. Could we flip to the next slide, please, after agenda? Thank you. This BMA is a consulting firm that's been serving the municipal sector for many, many years. They're based nearby in Brantford, I believe. Since 2000, BMA has been doing this annual municipal comparator study. Participants do, in fact, pay a fee to get into the book, but also receive a customized report for their municipality. The report provides quantifiable indicators, primarily tax, assessment, and financial data, but also other data such as economic development programs and building permit activities and bylaw enforcement activities. The 2022 data included 117 municipalities representing over 80% of Ontario's population. So this is not a local comparator, this is across the province. And it relies on the financial information that is filed with the province, which is audited data, together with other data that's directly supported, provided by the municipalities to the consultants. Not all participating municipalities reported on all the data, so sometimes a municipality shows up in the comparator, and then other times they're not there because that data was not present. It's not because I'm selectively choosing which to show you. But when I look at, next slide, please. So when I look at this slide, to be open and transparent, the following comparator municipalities were chosen out of all of those municipalities. For us here in Wilmot, I chose all lower tier municipalities in Waterloo Region to be included, along with all the municipalities in the abutting counties that have populations within plus or minus 50% of Wilmot's population. So the list is on your screen. Perth East is on the list because they qualify in the population test. Unfortunately, they did not report much of the data, so they're, for the most part, they're not present in the tables that I show you tonight. So let's go to the next slide, please. This slide is showing the estimated average household income across the comparative municipalities. You can see where Wilmot is, and clearly in 2022, the average household income compares quite well with our neighboring municipalities. We have to recognize that these are indeed averages, and they represent a wide range of income, and we must be mindful that there are some members of our community that are indeed on fixed income. Next slide, please. The assessment mix is low. Wilmot's assessment mix is apparently low on the commercial industrial side. Yes, we're a rural community and we're in transition, but we're seeing that it's still a little low on the commercial industrial side. This type of property is important in that the tax rates for these properties are actually twice the rate of residential assessment. And therefore, and additionally, these properties provide employment opportunities close to home for our residents, adding to our quality of life. So the township has been working with a couple of developer groups to develop the employment lands in Baden. And these lands are expected to come online with respective development charge revenue, likely in 24 or 25, with new tax revenue in 2026. Next slide, please. This chart is showing the building permit activity per capita, the value per capita. And this is 2020 and 2021 data. And the recent reduced growth has impacted the township's development charge collections, along with the assessment and tax revenue growth. We do have 3 subdivisions nearing final approval, together with the employment lands pending, And so we expect that building activity and its various revenue streams will significantly increase in the next couple of years. So this is helpful in the outlook, but it's not helpful for 2024 immediately. The revenue from growth normally is used to offset new and expanded services to meet the needs of that growth, whether that's hard infrastructure like sewers or softer services like additional park and rec space. Next slide, please. This chart steps out and is looking at our tax levy per capita, the tax revenue that we raise on a per person basis in Wilmot. This slide shows that we are at the bottom of the scale, and the Wilmot residents have a high average family income, while the township's property taxes per capita are the lowest in the community comparison. The Wilmot's tax levy is $442, while Ingersoll is at $1136 per person, with a difference of almost $700 per person. So that's just the comparators from low to high, and it just sets the stage that says Wilmot taxes may be below market, and perhaps is contributing, well, definitely is contributing to the next slide, which I believe is up the next slide. We have a low comparable tax bill. So when BMA has this terrific ability to work with MPAC, and it takes the same house and they move it from municipality to municipality that's in the study. And so it's the same house, but it gets assessed based on its local municipal location, and it gets taxed at those local tax rates and reported in the study. And so you're now truly comparing the same house from place to place in Ontario. So within our local area, you can see that our taxes are still low relative to most of the others. North Perth and Wellington North are slightly less than us, and that's probably in the assessment-based side of things. But it shows that our property tax levels seem to be lower than most of our comparators. Our bungalow in Wilmot pays just under $3,100 for the Wilmot region and education taxes combined, while Erin, with the same bungalow, they're paying just under $4,200, a difference of $1,116. So I just draw that information. This is information to absorb and consider as we go into budget deliberation. Next slide, please. One of the factors that seem to be impressive, but needs to be explained, is BMA looks at the tax receivables as a percent of the taxes levied. So how much is outstanding at the end of the year? And this is an indicator of the affordability of taxes. It's also an indicator of the local economic conditions. And so when we look at this, I've expanded this and added to the right in the purple the regional averages for different regions in the province as BMA slices it up. And so we see that this table sets out the 2022 tax receivables as a percent of taxes levied. And we know that this might be perhaps a sensitive topic. This chart has been expanded, shows those other 8 zones. And for Wilmot, our low receivable is likely a combination of our low tax together with our strong income levels. And that leads to outstanding tax balances being lower than most in the other areas of the province. When taxes are levied, the school boards in the region are paid their taxes in full as billed. And so we carry any arrears. Anybody that doesn't pay us, we're carrying that full receivable. And this is consistent across the province. It's not unique to Waterloo region or anything. But the tax arrears that we carry pay late payment fees and interest at a rate of 15% per year. It's non-compounding, but 15% makes up for the fact that we have to carry this. And so it's a fairly good arrangement. And in fact, when receivables are slightly higher, it becomes a good thing in that we have an additional stream of revenue. Next slide, please. This chart shows the relative average age of infrastructure assets of each municipality. And so looking at the asset consumption ratio, the township's infrastructure, relatively speaking, it has aged more than many, being slightly less than 50% consumed. Municipalities like Kitchener appear to have newer assets, likely due to strong growth in the last 20 years or so. So they're further to the left. Our assets are nearly half used up. And the consumption of assets should ideally be paid for by those consuming them throughout their life. This is done through tax and rate levy transfers to reserves for future replacement. When these transfers are properly levied, those using the asset through building a reserve fund the replacement of the asset at the end of their useful life. So those using it pay for it during the life. When we replace it, we use that money to replace it, and then the next users contribute to reserves as they use up that new asset. And so how is Wilmot doing on infrastructure funding? That's the key piece. So we see that our assets are older, but how are we doing on building our reserves to replace them? Next slide, please. This is a slide that you may have seen last year, in that our 2022 tax reserves on a per capita basis, these are our own source reserves, excluding development charges. We have invested less per capita in our tax reserves than the township comparators, all of them, and significantly less so. And as a result, the replacement of some of our assets are getting delayed beyond optimal replacement timing, and this delay is contrary to the sound asset management principles universally held by municipalities. Further, the township has started to issue debt for the replacement of some of these assets, and it's recommended that transfers to these reserves are increased to ensure better capacity to fund more timely replacement of our assets and to allow for the avoidance of this tax-funded debt. Tax-funded debt for replacement of assets is not a sustainable financing approach. It's being used by Wilmot out of absolute necessity, but it needs the reason for the necessity needs to be addressed, and that's this chart here, the low reserve per capita. Next slide, please. One of the things that impacts every budget and every municipality and every economic unit across the globe is inflation. We all know how inflation affects our own families. While the township spends on operational costs and on construction and purchase of infrastructure, while CPI more closely aligns with the basket of goods for a family, it is the best alternative for using it as a benchmark for our operational costs. There are many items the municipality buys that are unique and that often trend higher than regular CPI. These items usually include the dental plan, health and benefits, the municipal liability insurance, technology, and the need to stay current for cyber risk reality. We also buy a lot of petrochemicals, asphalt, and structural steel, and these all exceed normal CPI for the most part. This table above shows the non-residential building construction price index, which is used by Ontario regulations to index development charges. And so the red line, you can see how that has exceeded CPI since pretty much 2015, peaking at 17.5% in 2022. So in 1 year, the cost of replacing assets went up by 17%. In the following year, that price didn't come down. It escalated again, but by only 8.1%. When considering the purchasing power of our tax revenues and our reserve funds, it's important to ensure that appropriate inflationary adjustments are made each year to those revenues and the transfers into the capital to preserve the purchasing power of that money. If we don't inflate those transfers, we lose our purchasing power. And so it becomes even more difficult to replace our assets. So I encourage establishing the June to June indexes as the annual basis of these adjustments. Fixing the index as at June of each year allows time for the summer and fall budget preparation and removes the temptation from everybody in the room to cherry pick and argue over the most applicable index to use each year. Oh, well, August was 6.3. Oh, September was 2.1. Well, if we fix it at June to June, we all know, and it's 3.1 this year, that's the index that we should use in reference to our budget discussion. Next slide, please. One of the things that we noticed when we were examining our historical levy transfers, that levy transfers to capital have historically taken place in two ways at Wilmot. First, a direct transfer to reserves, shown here in orange, and levy funding of specific capital projects, and these are shown in gray. The levy transfers on a combined basis should be steady, indexing for inflation, as well as being increased to close the infrastructure funding gap. We can see above in the orange bars, the township implemented a dedicated infrastructure of 2% in 2020, 2021, and 2022, increased it to 2.8% in 2023. Unfortunately, as you can see in the gray bars, these increases in the orange that were intended to make headway into closing the infrastructure gap were in some years more than offset by reductions in the transfers to capital projects. And so we've gone backwards in a number of years in recent times. For 2024 forward, we're going to stop using the gray bars. We're going to stop using direct transfers to capital projects. We're going to unify it into a singular transfer to reserves for capital, or a dedicated infrastructure levy. And rather, we're going to consolidate these all together into that single cash to capital, whatever you want to call it, cash to capital, reserve transfer, or infrastructure funding. Council will then be tasked with increasing this singular amount each year by at least the impact of inflation, together with a strategic infrastructure levy to help close the funding gap. My report, in the body of the report, it includes a notation about book amortization. Book amortization is the accountant's way of determining cost of the consumption of assets. Book amortization in 2022 was $6.2 million, but contributions to reserves and capital was only 1.9 in 22 and fell to 1.86 in 2023. We must focus on getting our contributions to at least book amortization levels, and then look to the asset management plan to evaluate future funding needs. Because book amortization level is based on the original historic cost of these assets, not their replacement cost. And when you have pipes that are have lives of 70 years, the original historic cost versus the replacement cost have massive increments between them. And we need to prepare our funding program based on replacement, not on the historic cost. Next slide, please. Very quickly, reserve funds can be thought of as shock absorbers. So this is a graphic of, call it the general asset replacement reserve fund. Reserve funds are used to insulate the tax or the water rate from annual fluctuations based on the current capital needs. So as the graphic shows, the blue contribution line should grow annually with a smooth and stable impact on the levy or on water rates, while the annual capital spend from the reserve will fluctuate based on the actual capital needs. Due to the fluctuation, obviously the reserve fund balance is expected to fluctuate, and it may even be dropping into a deficit position, provided that the driver of that is short-term and a rebound is expected. This image shows a healthy reserve 10 years out, where our capital balance is strong, our contributions are strong, and our spend is our spend is less than our balance, and so our balances continue to grow. Next slide, please. Debt service limit. A municipality has limits set by the province of Ontario and stated in terms of annual debt servicing payment. That's the interest and principal that we have to pay each year. They set that at 25% of our own source revenue. That excludes grants, donations, debt, and development charges. And so a lot of municipalities self-impose a strategic debt limit of 75% of the Ontario limit to ensure that the debt does not get overburdensome to their taxpayers. This graphic here is built on the debt and the capital forecast in the 2023 budget cycle. As noted in my report, the debt financing for growth-related infrastructure to be financed by future development charges or growth taxes is more appropriate than using debt to fund routine infrastructure replacement. In this chart, the purple line shows the levy-funded debt, The blue line is showing the DC in debt financing costs. The light green is the total, and you can see where it's tipping, the light green line is tipping just above the 75% of Ontario's line. And so in 2026, 2027, we're starting to push the envelope when it comes to debt capacity and debt servicing costs on the municipality. And based on that forecast, we then begin to fall away from that by 2029. So Wilmot needs to conserve its debt capacity, use it wisely, and only if really necessary for replacement of assets. Any budget which approves new debt should also carry in that same budget the annual debt servicing costs that new debt is going to trigger. And this prevents a deferral of one decision to a tax impact in the following year. We want, if we're going to add debt, we add the service cost right away. It's like buying a car. Who buys a car on financing but doesn't budget for the car payments that go with it? So we need to be doing that in this budget. And that was one of the pressures that you'll see later here that arose from the 2023 budget. Next slide, please. So here is a table showing some of the budget pressures that we're expecting for 2024. And as Farron said, let's be cautious not to add these up. That does not mean that that's what our draft budget will look like. And I'll talk about in a few minutes the strategies that we're using to help mitigate these. So items arising from the 2023 budget, about 1.98%. We have the debt service costs from levy-funded debt that was approved in 2023, but those service costs were not budgeted in the 2023. As I just spoke about, they should have been. The annual road maintenance programs that are best practice for asset management, life cycle protection, they were not included, or they were withdrawn from the budget. And Neville Street, we had a temporary lease revenue, which was very short term. We knew it was going to be short term. So we budgeted for the revenue instead of receiving that revenue as fortuitous revenue and not budgeting for it. So now we have a reliance in our base budget of $100,000 of revenue that we're not going to be seeing in 2024. Because we're going to be now occupying that with the township staff. And in 2024, not only will we not have the revenue, we also need to budget for the operational costs of the facility and the utilities that the tenant did in fact pay during 2023. In the gray box, the Ontario announced previously that we had a rollback on the Ontario Municipal Partnership funding allocation for 2024. That has a direct operating budget impact. We also have general CPI of 3.1. And as part of our operating strategy, we use 3.1 as the base budget factor for our departments to come in and challenge them to stay within the 3.1. The non-res construction price index was well exceeds inflation of 3.1, and it's riding at 8.1. We need to index those transfers to capital by this amount, and the excess amount has a 1% tax increase right on the tax rate. Infrastructure levy dedicated to address the infrastructure funding gap, yet to be determined. Hopefully we've been using 2.8 last year, but perhaps we'll have a different one this year. And that'll be one of the decisions the council will be making during budget. We do know that our group benefit increased over inflation. That's almost 0.6% on the tax rate. We have our compensation review and comparative study. There's additional notes in the report tonight, but we've got sort of a placeholder of that of about 2.5% of tax increase. And the last item, or a couple of last items here, we have interdepartmental charges right sizing. Phase 1 is 1%, and there's further $260,000 impact to the tax that we will take care of in 25 and 26. And we'll have a detailed discussion on another slide here. The assessment growth is low, as we've discussed. Right now we've got 0.85% as a factor in this. That offsets some of these other pressures because it's new revenue from new tax, new assessments. We're expecting the final figures of our assessment growth even just this week. So That might change by a little bit, but we're not expecting much. Unknown yet also is whether any debt servicing costs will be required from the levy funded debt. And as I just mentioned, we will be budgeting the servicing costs in 2024 for those. Next slide, please. So what are some of the strategies that staff has been using, and finance staff and the department staff? What have we been doing to help with these pressures? So on our debt and reserve fund preservation, I'm sorry, I think we slipped one extra. Nope, we didn't. Nope, go ahead. There we go. So on the debt and reserve fund preservation side of things, we see a handful of different strategies. So the budget strategies around debt and reserve fund preservation, we're reviewing every item that's in the 10-year capital plan, and we are working to push out and defer, where possible, anything that we can. Projects that facilitate growth and those of critical infrastructure replacement have to be prioritized, of course. But if it is, if it's still running and it will likely still continue to run, we're pushing that vehicle for replacement out from 2024 into 25 or 6, where possible. We are reviewing all of the planned funding sources for the entire 24 capital plan, the entire 10-year capital plan, and we're limiting the use of tax-funded debt where possible, and we're adding the servicing costs, as I mentioned, of any new tax-funded debt that does get recommended. Next slide, please. On the capital plan, again, we're reviewing that whole 10-year capital plan, and as you will see in the next report we discuss on reserve, we're grouping our capital plan projects similar as to our grouping in reserve. We're grouping them into 3 groups based on a similarity of the funding sources, and this will help council focus its discussion. We'll first be looking at infrastructure sustainability projects. These are often called R&R projects. The funding for R&R is different than funding for growth, and so we've separated growth and new infrastructure into a second group. And then a third group is strategic initiatives and periodic studies, and these are funded very differently, usually from levy. But if we've got reserve in place to stabilize the impact of these studies on the tax, that's how we do it, through a reserve transfer. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. On the operating budgets, all the departments were given targets for the development of their budget, and those targets were set at 3.1% inflationary indexing from their base budget. And so we did that, and I'm very happy with the results. We have come in less than 3.1% at this point, and we continue to work on that. The excess inflationary pressures, new services, and budget errors that are causing us grief in hitting our targets will be presented separately to council. We're still encountering some budget areas that were rolled back because of COVID, but have not yet been fully restored. And so that's difficult for a single department to absorb into and adjust to within the strict 3.1 target. So we've got a few places where there were some budget errors that need to be addressed by council and just be brought out to council's attention. But again, we're still working on our budget. And human resource costs, there's a lot of verbiage in our report tonight about this. And the long and the short, the municipality is urged to invest in adjustments to get more competitive in the marketplace with respect to staffing, salaries, compensation. And this will help attract and retain the talented staff that's out there, but it's in a very competitive and highly mobile workforce. When you're in the municipal sector, municipalities love to poach staff off of each other. And staff moves when they're not compensated well, and when they're not given their training and development that they need, or supported through opportunities for growth and promotion within the organization. So again, a lot of discussion on that will be taking place during our budget. Next slide, please. And the interdepartmental charges, this is a complicated issue for some. The town has 5 distinct balanced budget areas. The tax levy budget, the building services operation budget, cemetery services budget, water services, and the sanitary sewer. These are all 5 budgets that need to balance to zero. IDCs take and redistribute costs that are in one budget, but they transfer them over to the other budget where they're more appropriate. Examples include, for example, insurance allocation of some of the insurance costs over to the water budget, or where in the corporate services area, all of the computer licensing and management of software is included in a single line item. But some of that may belong to, more appropriately, to the building inspectors, and so we allocate a portion of that. Based on a detailed study, we allocate the computer licensing appropriately over to the building inspector and to the building services budget. And we also allocate management and administrative costs for each area as appropriate. So our next slide, if we jump to it, will show what the impact of our review has been. We've looked at these thoroughly with each director and as a team, and in 2023, the tax levy was benefiting of almost $1.4 million of transfer of funding into the levy to reimburse it, allegedly, for these costs that belonged in other areas. When we review that in detail, over time, these allocations start to begin to be convenient funding sources and fall further away from defensible, identifiable charges. And so once we went back and tried to get to defensible, identifiable charges, we see that we've got a $371,000 reduction of those recoveries into the general tax levy. Well, when 1% is only $106,000, this represents more than almost 3.5% tax increase. So what you'll see in our budget is we're going to be bringing forward the cemetery and the building in the first pass, and then we'll address water and wastewater in year 24 or 25 and 26, because that's still significant impacts each year. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide after that. I missed turning the slide. Sorry, folks. So what is the impact on the tax bill? We have to understand and remember that there's 3 components to the tax bill. The township is only one part of it. We're about 28% of a tax bill. The region is 55.6%, and the school share is about 16%. This was in 2023. So unfortunately, when the township spends the tax bill, which includes all 3 of these components, it's often perceived that any percentage tax increase that the township announces will be the impact to the total tax. But based on experience and a long-standing practice, the province of Ontario will be flatlining their education rates for 2024, like they have for years. In the region, based on the most recent published agendas for this week, they're sitting at about 7.95, including their police. And so we need to factor that in. And as the township represents only 28.3%, our percentage tax change gets diluted through those other 2 components. So I've got a couple of sample calculations here that I want to share with you. Next slide, please. In the event that the township had 0% tax increase, in the yellow bar, this one shows the 0 for the township. The net increase on our taxes for residential is still 4.4, and that's because the region is at 7.95. It gets diluted down to 4.4% on the tax bill. So we're already, if we're at 0, your taxpayers are already facing a 4.4% tax increase on the bill. If I flip the page now, the next slide shows 10%. So it's the same table, same calculations. A 10% Wilmot increase means that the tax bill, including the region share, will jump by 7.2% for residential. That's about $114 for the average assessed value. and that's about $10 a month. So we need to keep in perspective that, yes, a 10% tax increase for the township sounds, wildly high and perhaps intolerable to some. We need to look at the real impacts, both percentage and dollar impacts that would have on our residents. So again, I'll let this rest and sit with you until we get to budget debate. What is our next steps? If we could jump to the next slide, please. This is my last slide. Our draft budget, its timing currently looks like this. On January the 15th, we hope to table a budget directly to council for immediate referral to committee for debate. So there won't be any discussion, there won't be any reviews, debates, or arguments about what we table on the 15th. All of that debate happens on January 25 and 27. These are all day. One's a Thursday, one's a Saturday right away. And those are detailed review. We'll start probably on the Thursday with operating and then the capital. February 5th, we've set up a meeting in hold. It's reserved for any follow-up discussions that may be needed. We may not need that meeting. We may need several meetings. If we only need the one or don't even need it, then on February 12th, we expect to have a council budget approval based on the committee recommendations. So again, that's our budget timing at this point, and I look forward to any questions you may have on this report tonight or anything that I've mentioned in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. And I will now ask council if they have any comments or questions of Dan at this point. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, second last slide, you looked at the region's portion, and I guess when you talked about the lower tier comparators, you didn't pencil in the upper tier, especially for abutting municipalities outside the region. So I'm not suggesting you do that now, but I'm wondering it would be helpful from my perspective to figure out. I worry about the total tax I pay, and I think it would be interesting to find out how the region component compares to Centre Wellington, some of the other abutting municipalities, Perth, etc., because as a farmer, these are ones that I have to compete against in the marketplace from a cost perspective.
Any other questions or comments at this time, Councillor?
If I may respond.
Yes, sorry,
Councillor
go
Cressman,
ahead, Mr. Elliott.
I'm sorry. If I may respond, Madam Mayor. Councillor Cressman, that's a great question. The graphics that I was using were all in tax bills. If I were to separate out the region, then you start getting into who does what in those jurisdictions. And in some places, there is different functions played by the upper tier versus the lower tier. I just stuck to the comparison of the full tax bill. When we get here, though, it's important to understand what the impact of a tax increase at the lower tier level in Wilmot will be on the tax bill for the residents in Wilmot.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Mr. Elliott, first of all, I want to offer my condolences to you and your family for your loss. You gave us a lot to unpack here. And
Yes.
I do commend you on the way you've presented this report. I was presented extremely professionally, but I really liked some of the things that you put in there that made it a lot easier for people like me to understand. So I appreciate that. I will wait until we see the actual numbers to see what the full impact is. And I appreciate that you gave us some groundwork to work with. So I think it's going to be a tough balance, being respectful of people's financial stressors and keeping our township financially healthy. But I think we're all up for the task, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time, Council? Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Dan, again, I send my condolences, like my peers here. I'm sorry to hear the loss. It obviously a pretty honest report of where we stand at this time. And I mean, it's is it fair to say that past practices over the last, we'll say 10, 15 years has sort of led us to a position that we're in today where we have a lack of reserves and we just haven't been saving properly?
I think it's fair to say that certainly our past decisions and decisions arise from two things: spontaneity in the council chambers, but also the advice and the analysis that's provided to help base those decisions. Municipalities, I worked in York Region for 27 years. Municipalities in the York Region have been talking about the infrastructure funding gap, and quite frankly, municipalities across the country have been talking about the infrastructure funding gap since the early 2000s. And the early adopters started taking infrastructure adjustments right then. Richmond Hill was on 1% per year just for infrastructure, and that was until we started gathering more data about assets. They're now up to, in Aurora, I think their infrastructure adjustment for 2023 is in the 3.6% range, if I'm not mistaken. So we didn't start adopting a strategy of infrastructure levies, I call them, until 2020. I can't explain the delay, but you're quite right. The past practices have led us to that situation where that graphic shows our reserves per capita are the lowest in the comparator group, and by quite a bit. And so, yes, we're in a difficult position. We have some catching up to do. And if that catching up means that we have to demonstrate to our residents the impact of our past decisions, but more importantly, the need for some significant adjustments in our practices and our finances, then that's the message that I'm trying to convey tonight.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, through the chair. And to Director Elliott, this may not be a question for you, but maybe posed to all directors. What is the current state of our asset management plan, and do we know enough about our infrastructure at present to accurately predict what our capital budget will be over the next 10 years?
If I may, Madam Mayor, the infrastructure plan is getting fairly mature. We're gathering data on replacement costs of each asset, and if financing was not as tight as it is, we would be using our asset management plan to guide our 10-year capital plan and guide our assets. Unfortunately, because of the financial situation, I've had to ask my directors, push off what you have to, push off what you possibly can, and bring forward into 2024 only those that are absolutely critical replacements and those projects that will fund and facilitate growth, facilitate and support growth. Growth is needed to increase our asset base, increase our revenue base, increase our development charge revenues. All of that increases our reserves.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is a favorite topic of mine, as most people have probably learned. I do appreciate you acknowledging the cost of living and the pressures it will put on residents and the ratepayers. I'm curious about a couple items, so I'll just ask them quickly here. Is it possible to potentially see with your tabled budget as well predictions and forecasts into the coming years as well, maybe say 2-3 years in advance? And then an additional question is, and this could be posed to CAO Chambers, there was a promised report coming on debt management. Do we expect to see that prior to the budget, just basically breaking down where we've utilized or where we've taken debt, where we've utilized it, and what we're paying for it?
Yes, and sorry, that would be coming from our interim treasurer, so I would have to defer to him as to when that might be available.
When I did see that both a debt management policy was on the horizon, as was a reserve fund management policy. We've tackled the reserve fund policy. That's on your docket for tonight. As far as debt management policies, what was drafted by the previous treasurer, I did not feel comfortable bringing forward and putting my name to it. I think that the message on debt management at this time is, I believe that we're using it incorrectly for this replacement of assets, particularly levy-funded assets, and that should be avoided as much as we can. Unfortunately, we've started down that track. We have to continue it a little bit, perhaps into the next year or two, but we need to get off of that practice. It's not well used. Unfortunately, the region of Waterloo has found itself doing the same thing out of necessity. But they are working really hard on building their reserves and building their capacity for replacement of assets. We need to be doing the same thing and need to be doing what they're doing, and that's try to get off this train of let's just borrow money and replace the road. It's the wrong thing to be financing your road replacements with. If you're building a new road through a new subdivision, borrow it. If you don't have the DCs in place, borrow it. The DCs will come because you built that road. But as I tried to explain earlier, user pay premise is that those that are enjoying the asset today should be funding a reserve to replace that asset when it gets used up at the end of its useful life. Then we use the reserve to replace the asset. Then the new users of that new asset begin contributing to a reserve for its ultimate replacement. And you have generational equity if you do that. As soon as you start borrowing money to replace assets, you're now asking the next generation to pay for the asset and pay to replace it.
So through the chair, just to follow up, is it possible, your thoughts on potentially forecasting future years as well through the budget process?
Yeah. I wish I had a system that would do my budgets for us. Right now, budgets are all Excel. Unfortunately, I haven't got the capacity to do a 3-year forecast for you at this point. We do have in our capital program scheduled for 2024, but whether it ultimately gets approved or not, is the replacement of our financial system to include a built-in robust budget tool that integrates asset management, budget, and the operating all together.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I would ask that when we get that report, if it would be possible for you to give us an example of a less expensive home in the area, a medium-priced home, and then a more expensive home, and how the recommended tax increase would impact those residents, and what that would do to their tax bill, how much more they'll be paying per year.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Dunstall, the table that I've got here shows what BMA uses. They use the average assessed value on residential, so that's in column A. We have this standard single bungalow and a standard 2-story and then a standard executive. And so these are the assessed values of those. So you can see the standard bungalow is a little less valued than the average. And then so these are 4 comparators, and the impacts on the taxes are shown below. And so I'd be happy to share this interactive tool with members of council for their own use on the premise that, you know, it's just a calculator. You drop in a number into the yellow box and outspit the dollar impact on the tax increase to the township line and the net tax increase on the total of the bill.
I would love to see that.
I'd be happy to share this with you digitally tomorrow.
Yes, please, I would love that. Thank you.
Councillor Sadhu, did you have a question?
Not so much a question, just a quick comment to Director Elliott. My condolences to you and your family. And also I wanted to thank you for a nice, wholesome, detailed report of our finances, refreshing to see. This council has inherited negative reserves, but I do look forward to our ongoing discussion and seeing how we can move forward and direct Wilmot in the right way.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Dan at this time? Okay. Oh, Councillor Crestman.
Sorry, I don't necessarily want to prolong it, but I'd be interested in knowing how well we're tracking last year's budget. I know it caught me off guard when last year we were 600,000 off what our expected, our deficit or revenue, call it what you want, but a negative bottom line. I'm hopeful we're a little closer now. When I expressed it over our total budget, it wasn't as big as what I would express it over my farm budget. So I maybe had to readjust my sights, but anyhow, 650,000 is 650,000, whichever way you want to slice it.
I do understand. We, right now, the former deputy treasurer was able to advise me that we were running fairly strong with our investment income, and that is making up for a few deficits here and there throughout our budget, and we are expected to finish the year in a positive position. It's not through anything fortuitous, and it's not through extensive, call it excessive budgeting for costs or anything. It's just that investment yields are higher, and if we budget to that higher yield, we then create a budget problem when the yield drops. And so we've got to be careful of that. I'd rather take a fortuitous surplus than grapple with funding a deficit, particularly when I haven't got a whole lot of reserves to fund it with. So I think the answer to your question is, my impression from my former deputy treasurer, is that we're in good shape. Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity, and I haven't asked my directors to forecast, and we haven't got a great tool to do it, forecast our year-end position, and I won't have a good, solid idea of the year-end position until March, as we get unaudited statements ready for the auditors.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, I will now call on our final delegate registered for this evening. Thank you for your patience, Julie. You already heard earlier this morning non-conduct, and yes, you're welcome to come up. So I'm not going to repeat that, but I am just going to make a note. I do know that you are representing SPSP Inc. tonight, and I just want to remind councillors and yourself that we can't discuss anything that's currently sitting at the OLT. I know that you're aware of that, but I just want to remind everyone in those viewing that that will not be up for discussion tonight. So thank you for joining us, and you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Council, Mayor Natasha, and staff. It's been a long night. It's the first time I've sat here, and I now see what you all do, which is a lot. In saying so, I am here to ask and request on behalf of the Petersburg community, and I represent Stop Petersburg Sandpit Inc., which is a group of members that we've obviously had to form in order to oppose a pit that was approved by council to go forward for its own bylaw change. On behalf of the members of the community, we are formally requesting the council to prioritize and approve an air quality study for the town of Petersburg in the 2024 budget. We think it is vital that a community air monitor study for PM10, PM2.5 be approved in the budget of 2024 and be conducted as soon as possible this coming season, this coming operational season, which is again in the same year, 2024, so that we understand the impacts of dust on our community before a new pit or any future pit applications are approved by Wilmot Township zoning for rezoning. I'm not sure if you are aware, but on December 6th, the Auditor General's report on aggregate resources confirms that a study from 2016, there is a more than enough aggregate resource available in existing pits and quarries. Further, the Auditor General's report affirms our anecdotal observations in our community that the majority of extraction operations reviewed are not in compliance with regulations. As we have been here before back in May, and I'm sure you have been present in Petersburg, Ongoing issues with air quality demonstrated in our presentations, in our pictures, in our videos, and verbally from residents, and witnessed by many of you while visiting in Petersburg, merit attention. Residents in our Wilmot communities are suffering from impacts of health concerns, lack of enjoyment of their property, real estate values, and most importantly, lack of trust. Having the data from our air monitoring study will help and reassure our residents and help Wilmot Township represent its citizens and deal with complaints. We have been advised that measuring background dust impacts can help the town require better mitigation practices for new pit applications, which means fewer complaints to you and to council. What is the issue with dust and why should it be in the Wilmot's purview? Well, dust is made of particulate matter, mainly PM10 and PM2.5. Particulate matter is a legitimate concern to our health and the use and enjoyment of our properties located in the Wilmot Township. We also live here. The use of properties and the issue. We have visual sand dust in air plumes hanging over us. We have flying dust from pits and the haul routes and the machinery. We have dust fall on foliage. We have dust on our cars, dust on our patio furniture, dust entering our homes, entering our homes, dust on our homes, dust inhaled by residents while outdoors, and re-lifted or resuspended from dust fall while mowing their lawns or simply just arriving at their properties on their own driveway. What people have told me: increase in asthma medications, health concerns, stress of not knowing, affecting our mental health, making us worry. Dust in the air affects the enjoyment and breathing while outdoors, walking and exercising. Interruption of normal outdoor activity, having to wear masks while performing outdoor tasks. Residents have to keep windows closed. Some have installed plastic shields to sitting areas on patios and have enclosed outdoor sitting areas. Worry and stress for the safety of their children in their yards with the emissions so close to their homes. Too many residents limit the outdoor playtime of their children. Worry of public safety when visual dust clouds impair visibility for walking, driving. Residents need to cover their mouths and eyes while outdoors. Overall, the situation is worrying and creating a loss of empowerment and enjoyment of our properties. Why is testing important to our community? This PM10 and 2.5 sand pit dust is not benign. Testing could alleviate concerns and require future operators to improve their operations to reduce dust. Now, I'm asking, why should you care? And why should staff care? We know that you all want the best for our community and to keep future generations safe. We think getting information on air quality will enable the municipality to get the province and industry towards a solution. Testing and monitoring will help ensure best practices are followed by the industry. We want you to help us in the interest of finding solutions. In closing, Petersburg community urges council and staff to prioritize an air quality study for the town of Petersburg in the 2024 budget year, and the feasibility of the same study to begin this coming operation season. We want to examine the dust, engage the peer reviewers, we want air monitoring testing for the ambient air, and we want the resulting data to be shared with the citizens, township, and applicants. I trust this request is reasonable, and please know that this is very important to the members of the Petersburg community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Councillors' questions? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Julie. Is there a cost that you're aware of? Do you know where they're sitting?
We proposed a terms of reference. It was emailed to Mayor Natasha. We have an approximate cost in around the $37,000.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Julie, for coming. What I would like to do is propose a motion that we direct staff to consider or look at options for the air quality study and have it included in the draft budget for our review.
Very good. I would just quickly look to Dan. Do you want that in a motion form, or are you sufficient to take that as staff direction? It's up to your preference.
Okay, let's put it in a motion so it's on paper, please.
Very good. So Councillor Wilkinson, I'm just confirming that our clerk has that wording. So just give me one moment here. Very good. We seem to have that wording. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. And all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you, Julie, and to everyone who stuck around as well. I'm sorry it was such a long evening, but really appreciate you guys staying. Yes, Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, and thank you, Julie, for your presentation. I don't know if it's really a question to you. I was just curious, with such a study, do they do comparisons? Like, I think it's good that we do this study in Petersburg. Would such a study do a comparison of, say, New Hamburg or Baden, just to compare? I don't know how that works.
That is beyond my personal expertise. Julie, I know that you may have a comment. You're welcome to comment if you'd like. I also think that that would be in the process too, that would come up. But Julie, if you do want to comment.
So a comparison would be pretty much Petersburg is the community that is full on working, all properties, all licenses. I do believe that this study would set standards for overall all of Wilmot. Most importantly, just even with air quality period. So I think it's a great, especially Ms. Chambers did mention, it's a place to be working, to safely play. I think it would be a good step forward to mitigate or to even discover exactly what is going on. And the objective of the study would be not just to find out exactly the quantity or even if it's harmful or not, but it would be to reassure the citizens that live in the area that they're okay.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Councillor Dunstall.
Last one, I promise. North Dumfries, I believe, has a much larger concentration, and I'm just wondering if we could verify if they've ever done an air quality study and what those results were and how long ago that would have been, if we can look into that.
I do want to note to Council, as this is a matter that is still under appeal, before we would take any action, we should consult our legal on this.
Okay. Thank you very much. We do technically have the motion on the floor to receive this report for information. And just a technical note, the motion that we just passed, we're going to put in as an amendment because I kind of forgot we had a motion on the floor. So it is now going, so exact same, it is implemented pending that this passes as amended. So we will now call the vote on that then. So all those in favor of receiving this for information as just amended, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We will now go back to item 13.3 on the agenda. And the recommendation is that report COR 2023-76, Reserve Fund Restructuring and Bylaw Update be received for information purposes, and that the attached Reserve Fund Management Policy be approved, and that the attached Reserved Fund Bylaw be approved to establish new and redistribute existing reserve funds. To get that on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Cressman, and I will now call back our interim Chief Financial Officer, Dan Elliott, to introduce his report.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given the hour, I'm not going to expand too much on this report. I don't have a formal presentation, but I do just wish to highlight that this document is really to establish a policy with respect to managing and the use of and the closure of reserve funds. It fundamentally takes the existing schedule of reserve funds, which is one of the schedules in there, and consolidates those reserves, closes a number of reserves, and opens a few new ones. All the money is still there. There's a reconciliation total on the bottom of both schedules. And so you'll see that the new schedule is grouped along the lines of what I mentioned in my last presentation, R&R, growth and new, and studies and other. And there's a group there called stabilization and special purpose reserve. And so the report pretty much stands on its own. There's not a whole lot of, quite frankly, there's not a lot of decision making here because these reserves are being used pretty much for the same purposes as the previous reserves were. They're just being consolidated and regrouped and renamed. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Reviewing the report, I think you were pretty clear in your summary is pretty much what I read. Is this standard practice in your experience, and we're just simply updating something that probably should have been done a number of years ago?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that it is fairly standard practice. I did this type of work at Richmond Hill because the reserves often get created over many periods of time. When I did it at Aurora, again, similar thing. It was like there were 68 different reserve funds in place. We were able to narrow it down to say 23 or something. In King, there was about 87 reserves. Again, got it down. In King, we ended up with about 45. They had some peculiarities that they wanted to maintain. But it's helpful to take a look at the reserves that are in place and how they're being used, group them, rename them for clarification, and help the public understand these. When the public, council, and my colleagues on senior staff understand what these reserves are, and my intent is to have the updated reserve fund schedule up on the website so you can refer to it at any time, you're quickly able to determine which reserves have money in them, which reserves are for what purpose, and what other reserves you might be interested in touching if that's what you're doing, kind of shopping for a funding source.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I was trying to do the math on this and looked at minimum targets as what was there, and the one that I didn't have was SP1, 25% of, it was the property tax stabilization reserve fund, and yes. 25% of what, but I mean, the absolute figures don't, but I kind of found out where 4.8 million needed to be, and I didn't know what was nested in SP1, but that can be, I can get that information later. I really like what you've done here. I think it really lays out in a very specific form, you know, and what the money can be used, and the chart at the back indicates what the funds and what the targets are, etc. So I compliment you on your work.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we vote on this, Council? Okay, seeing none, I will now call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. And item 13.4, I just wanted to note that this report has been deferred to a future council meeting as the request of staff. We already dealt with item 13.5, so before we go any further, because I want to make sure that we still give enough time to everything else on the agenda, we have in section 9.15 of our procedural bylaw, we have to pass a motion to extend meetings past 11 p.m. I certainly don't hope we're going well beyond 11 p.m. However, if we could pass a motion now, or I suppose defeat a motion and in theory reconvene at another point to finish,
if we could put that through so that we can go beyond 11 or determine that now, I would need a mover though. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor?
I was just wondering, I thought we always ask for questions after the mover and seconder. My question is, what about asking staff?
My apologies, staff. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, I do appreciate you bringing them into thought there. Thank you. So that did carry. We will be able to
They think I'm brown-nosing.
We will be able to extend past 11.
He's just upsizing his Christmas gift.
On to item number 14, which is bylaws, and the recommendation is that the bylaws as attached to this agenda be read a first, second, and third time, and finally pass in open council. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Sadoo, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any comments or questions? Okay. And all those in favor? That carries unanimously. And we do have a notice of motion this evening. And I will call on our administrative clerk to please display Councillor Dunstall's notice of motion concerning Bill C-310, an act to amend the income tax, volunteer firefighting, and search and rescue volunteer tax credit. So I will now turn it over to Councillor Dunstall to speak to your motion.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Across Canada, volunteer firefighters provide essential fire and all hazard emergency services to their communities. Whereas many of these individuals receive some form of pay on call, an honorarium, or are given some funding to cover expenses, but do not draw a living wage from firefighting. Without volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers, communities across Canada would have no fire and emergency response coverage. In 2013, the federal government initiated a tax credit recognizing these individuals by allowing volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. The Member of Parliament for Courtenay Alberni, Gord Johns, has introduced Private Members Bill C-310, an act to amend the Income Tax Act Volunteer Firefighting Search and Rescue Volunteer Tax Credit to increase the annual claim amount permitted. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wilmot encourages the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to subsection 118062 and 118072 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. Be it finally resolved that the municipal clerk be directed to send a copy of this resolution to the Member of Parliament for Courtenay Alberni, Gord Johns, the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga, Tim Lewis, and the Association of Fire Chiefs of Ontario and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I wanted to add that in 2022, there was a report from the CAFC, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, that estimated that 90,000 of the 126,000 firefighters across the country are volunteer firefighters. Wilmot Fire Department, with the exception of our chief and the admins, is 100% volunteer. Those are your neighbors. Those are your local school teacher, your grocer, your shift worker. And you can imagine being in your backyard, enjoying time with your family and friends for a barbecue in the summer, and you get a call that there's been a 3-car accident on 7-8 with a fire, and you have to leave the safety of your home and your family to go and potentially face danger. So I would ask that Council support this and that we stand behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dunstall. May I have a seconder for Councillor Dunstall's motion? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Any questions before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We do have some announcements. There is a free library information session happening at the Active Living Centre. Their next guest speaker is Thursday, December the 14th from 1:45 p.m. until 2:45 p.m. And Carolyn Weber from the Region of Waterloo Library, New Hamburg branch will share information about ways to use the library, including borrowing ebooks online. Registration is not required, and this is a free program. Participants will need to have an active Living Center card, which is available for free at the center. Christmas at the Castle is continuing, and I just want to give you a reminder that the display for Christmas at the Castle is up until January the 7th. It is quite beautiful to be transported back into Victorian Christmas. And regular touring hours are Wednesday to Sunday, 10 until 3. And you can find holiday touring hours and buy tickets online at castlekilbride.ca. Also wanted to make note about the Wilmot Family Resource Center. This month, township staff raised money and donations of food and essential items to give to the Wilmot Family Resource Center. The donations included gift cards, food items, diapers, and household goods. Staff are also donating a holiday hamper for a family in need. The center is seeking sustained increase in demand for its programs and resources at a record-breaking levels. I myself, along with our CAO and Mayor of Wellesley, Joe Nowak, as well as their CAO, will be going tomorrow actually to help pack some holiday hampers. And we encourage those that are able to give what you can to the Wilmot Family Resource Center or to any organizations during this holiday season. I do also want to let people know about the Swim with Santa, which is happening on December 23rd. Santa is coming to Wilmot early to go swimming at the Wilmot Recreation Complex on Saturday, December 23rd at 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Admission for those 14 and under is $20, and up to 2 adults can attend with each child. And each adult paying the regular admission price or bringing a food item for the Wilmot Family Resource Center. Wilmot is honored to have Santa taking part in the pop-up and swim off those extra cookies this holiday season. So remember that when you're shopping for gifts that Santa isn't bringing, Wilmot has lots of local businesses that are also great choices to check out. And our township office holiday hours, just wanted to note that the administrative offices of the Township of Wilmot will be closed on the afternoon of December 22nd, all day December 25th and December 26th, the afternoon of December 29th, and closed all day on January the 1st of 2024. With the township offices reopening on Tuesday, January 2nd. During the holidays, of course, all critical staff, including our Wilmot Fire Department and bylaw services, will continue to provide their services. And as always, if it is an emergency, do please call 911, as all emergency services across the region will still be in operations. And wishing everyone a wonderful holiday season. Does anybody on council have comments? Yes, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, one announcement. I want to highlight, if there's any children or parents of children still awake at this time, want to extend an invitation to the Baden Community Association's Kids New Year's Eve party at EJ's. That will be happening on December 31st between 4 and 7. Tickets are required. It does include meal and entertainment with Eric Traplin. So it should be a good event for the kiddos in town.
Very good. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. One announcement. Christmas can be a lonely time for those who are alone, and the Wilmot Family Resource Center is offering a meal on December 25th. So you can give them a call, check it out, and make that reservation. It's free, and it gives people who are alone on Christmas Day an opportunity to meet with other people and share the day. Thank you.
Very good. And that also reminds me, the Legion is doing their New Year's party this year. Tickets are available if you contact the region and more details, but I believe it'll go until 1 in the morning on, I guess, December 31st. So, very good. Any other announcements, councillors? Okay, seeing none. Business arising from closed. There are 2 motions arising from closed session this evening. The first is that council receives the verbal report regarding confidential information supplied in confidence from the Province of Ontario, Section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or a crown agency of any item, and Section 239(2)I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And secondly, that the following actually, one moment. We need to do a vote on the first one, I just realized. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Now on to the second one. And that is that the following individuals be appointed to the 2024 Wilmot Canada Day Event Task Force. Before I do announce the names, I do just want to say thank you to everyone who applied. We had some really great candidates. Actually, I would say all of them were very qualified. Unfortunately, not enough room for everybody on the committee, but please don't let that discourage you from being involved in this event going forward. There will, of course, be lots of opportunities beyond just the task force to engage in Wilmot Canada Day event. The representatives from service organizations operating within the Township of Wilmot. We have Mark Weber representing the New Hamburg Optimist Club, Kristen Chasen representing the Wilmot Agricultural Society, Abby Stevenson representing the New Hamburg Board of Trade, Paul Mackey representing the Wilmot Lions Lioness Club, William Pearson representing the New Hamburg Legion, and Catherine Gray representing the Optimist Club of Wilmot. And members from the community at large, we have Lou DeVita, Rochelle Yenra, and Marta Doucette. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. Our confirmatory bylaw, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor, that carries unanimously. And finally, adjournment. May I have a mover? Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor, and we're adjourned. Thank you.